Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another episode of Kyonin Legacies. I'm your host, Wuten, playing as Shizuki, and beneath me here we have Cygnus playing as Kanari.
Good evening.
We have Solar playing as Anri.
Hello.
We have Chaotic playing as Sorren.
That's me.
And over on the right-hand side, our benevolent DM of the afternoon, GutiuSerenade.
Hello.
So first things first, before we get started, I want to give a quick shout out to Alucard333x2 for a $50 super chat before the stream even fucking started. So, yeah.
All right.
That's a thing. Thank
Nice.
you. Yes.
Yo.
But, Goody, I think the floor is yours here.
Okay, yes, thank you, Alucard. All right, so last time on Kyonin Legacies, our party had begun making their return to Leozeros. I'm about to get raided by a cat. Yep, here he is. Get your ass on my face.
Hello,
Okay.
Hermes.
Oh my god.
Hi, Hermes. You gonna scratch the screen again?
I got hail in my mouth. There we go.
That shows he loves you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. As they were making their return, they decided part of the party decided to split to check out what was going on, what had become of the Crimson Oni party that they had split. That's where where Tai had said her farewells after defeating the Najikai. They went past the camp and northward towards the Ashworth domain, only to discover that there was this large red dome acting as a barrier. They met with what seemed to be an officer on patrols for the Oni, who unfortunately could not let them through even if she wanted to, as she did not have the power. Not only did she not have the authority, but she also did not have the power to do so. So she did agree to pass on the good word to Zoltan and Tai in the meantime, and then they met back up in Griffinhold and stayed the night. They returned to the kingdom, had themselves a spa day, and then, nice and refreshed, went to go visit the Empyrean Conclave to discuss everything that had happened between the events of Charon Tower, the appearance of Zabel Pharos, and what comes next. Well, most important thing that comes next is, as we know, going to be Spa Day Part 2.
Indeed.
But
Yes.
there is yet some unfinished business that I had bookmarked here. One of which was before we ended last time, the party was discussing wanting to sort through inventory and items and things in the marketplace, buy, sell, trade, etc. And there was another event that, at this point in time of said trading, has not happened just yet with Kanari. But I would like to go back to this bookmark now, if you guys are so inclined to sort through your inventory as you want it to do.
Okay.
Because we are back in Leozeros after the party had finished their meeting with the royalty.
Good deal.
And the floor is now yours.
Cool.
Righty. I appear to have been holding on to some jewelry for some reason, so just random gemstones. So
I think it was
Okay,
for item crafting, I think was the purpose.
That makes sense. Either that or to turn into jewelry so that, I can look a little bit more noble, because with just noble clothes without jewelry, you just look like you don't
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Speaking of which, Guti, I have a listing here for a fake emerald, quote, similar to Kai's. I know that was related to the illusions in the tower, but has that persisted since we left, or did it sort of dissolve, or do I need to do anything else with it on my sheet?
Since you left, it while it does design wise, in terms of how do I phrase this? Design wise, texture wise, visual wise, it looks like artisanship, kind of like how Kai's would look, but instead looks to be those designs have instead kind of blended around, looking like a mixture of ware and moss and the like. Just natural elements taking over.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Not much more than like a regular old stone.
Okay. I'll probably hold on to it.
Okay, so it looks like I've been adding that bonus. That's pretty helpful. Okay. Funny how the Circlet of Persuasion also includes use magic device.
It does. Yeah. All the charisma skill checks.
I'm also double checking to make sure that I'm getting all my magic bonuses like I'm supposed to. So,
Yeah. Someone. Was it you, Chaotic? You asked me to upgrade your headband of intelligence. I think you should have that on there as well, right?
at some point, I believe you made my +2 into a +4.
+4, yeah.
Which I do currently, in fact, have, and it's adding to Intimidate and Sense Motive.
Solid. Okay. If anyone
Which
needs
actually-
any other wondrous item crafting done, this would be a good time for it.
Well,
Alas, I lack the money.
You may not shortly, depending on how much you choose to sell.
indeed.
Well, I don't
Sense motive.
really have much to sell. Did we get any loot from the last dungeon, or
Yes.
because
Yeah, I think someone had
Really,
that.
what-
There was. I know there was at least one sword that was discussed last time, or a staff. Staff.
Yes,
Um,
I'm
cool.
selling the staff for crafting materials here for
Liquidating your
liquidating
investments.
assets.
Liquidating
Yes, for 16,000 gold pieces.
Jesus Christ!
Because it is a +1 key focus shock thundering quarterstaff, which makes it a +4 quarterstaff.
Good. God.
Jesus.
It's chef's kiss. So let me see.
When you got off of the monk that you ran
yeah,
hands with again.
yeah.
So,
I
hey,
vaguely
buddy, if you
remember
want anything
him.
enchanted,
You'll be what?
if you want anything enchanted,
I think I might actually take you up on that. Headband of Inspired Wisdom. I will pay you 6,000 to bump it up to a
That's
+4.
why. Okay. Because normally my intelligence
I
is,
will put that in the queue.
which would be
Okay.
2, 4, 5. Yep. Okay, so that number's correct. All right, cool.
So that'll be a +4 once that's ready.
I think that's what, 6 days then, because it's 1 per 1,000 gold, right?
It's 1 per 1,000 of the base cost, so that would be 12 days.
Okay.
I just want to say, guys, we've come such a long way in 9.5 years of this that it's started
Yeah.
from what's my attack roll to y'all like spreadsheets.
Well, that's it's the very nature of scale with it when it comes to Pathfinder. It's like, the simple go out on an adventure is nice and all, but sometimes you just want to dive right in,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Logistics.
Wouldn't say it's all for waste. You sit there and you're going for a job. It's like, show us how your ability to make a spreadsheet. Okay. Here you go.
Exactly. Unironically, I use that at my job. So All right. And then on my
Oh,
end.
I have a robe of useful items. I forgot
Hey.
about that.
So
Hmm.
we'll do that, and then
It still has a patch with a mule with saddlebags somewhere. So sometime I'm gonna be like, well, let's see what I get. It just pops out.
Oh my god.
Brilliant, brilliant. All right.
Bruh.
Well, you know what? I'm also going to then use my crafting feat to upgrade my my gauntlets, my blacksmithing gauntlets to. I think I'll just do a +2. Just give it a +2.
My bandoliers, my handy haversack, let's see, signal whistle, and a doggo whistle, which are two separate things. Because one normal people can't hear.
Okay.
My bandoliers are full of wands and potions and oils. It's great. Whenever y'all see Sorren adventuring, it's just like he's just got these two bandoliers hanging, and it's just covered in wands and scrolls and potions and oils.
Mhm.
I'm ready for anything, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of wands, I have a couple, and I want to chat with you all before I start selling them off.
Okay.
The ones I'm planning to keep no matter what: Dispel Magic, Summon Monster, Shield of Faith, Magic Fang, and Light Wounds. The other two that we could potentially get rid of: Reduce Person and Expeditious Retreat. Do we think there's enough of a need to keep those around?
Let me see.
Maybe not reduce person.
I mean, sometimes being able to fit into really, really small spaces can be helpful, but it's also very niche. That's kind of one of those,
Mhm.
like, maybe keep a scroll of it somewhere, but
Yeah.
a wand, probably not.
Nah.
Yeah.
But Expeditious Retreat, a minute of an extra 30 feet of land speed, that it can always be helpful.
Expeditious
Although-
retreat is if you don't have
Retreat.
haste. If you don't have haste, is very useful.
And
But
guess
isn't
who
it-
has a wand of haste?
Oh my god!
So,
In that case,
but-
I believe that I got that off of Ebby's character when she left. So
Yeah.
she gave it to me. So
Yeah.
good deal. Well, in that
So- and-
case,
so
Expeditious Retreat doesn't work like it does in Kingmaker, right? It's only when you're advancing to the rear.
no, it's just a 30
it-
foot boost.
Yeah, it's just a 30-foot movement boost.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Misleading name then.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
it's a like a lesser. It's almost like a lesser haste is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
It only is land speed. It's not all movement speeds, and then you don't get the extra little itty bitty bonuses here and there.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what it is? It is a lesser version of Blessing of Fervor.
Ah,
Oh.
Yeah. Because it is
So
one
what's
of the
the,
options there.
What's the thought then? Should I hold on to it or not?
I think sell maybe.
you could sell them, especially if you're looking for something specific. It's definitely one of those. Yeah, I could throw it out if I'm grabbing something else.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. If
and
you're.
even worse, it's personal only.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
you can only use it on yourself.
All right.
Well, if you
Might
have
be
to
gone
get
the
somewhere. Yeah.
Right.
I have a couple of almost empty wands over here, so I'm not sure what I'll do with those, but might as well keep them. You never know,
Okay.
because they're not going to sell for anything with only like one charge in them.
Mhm.
So
I have a
I
wand
have
of
a question
shield,
for you,
spider climb,
Guti.
alter self, grease, haste, and glitter dust. So
I heard question.
So, Goody, this is going to be a long shot, but
As opposed
you
to the hook
know
shot.
the the token that Anri used in the final boss battle of the tower, right? I don't suppose you still have it.
The token that Anri used. One second here.
Because I was using that to track my ammunition, and we went to cutscenes last time before I could ask you to bring it back.
Just a Momo. Go here.
I'm out of seafloor.
Navigation here real quick.
Oh, guess who I still have in my backpack?
A
A
rabbit?
rabbit?
I do have a rabbit in my backpack, yes.
There we go, thank you.
But I guess another thing that I took off of Ebby's character was Exalton. So he's in my backpack currently.
Yeah.
Listen, if you can bluff your way towards selling a +5 sword,
True.
Goodness.
DM.
I don't remember him being a +5 sword right now.
Right now.
Right now.
But you put enough money in it.
Yeah, you could
okay.
you could put enough money
I
in
mean,
him to make him a +5 sword and then sell
you
What
it.
if
can
I
sh-
bluff him into becoming
sell
a
it.
+5
Do
sword?
the real life bluff check. Sell it as an investment.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't try. I'm just,
It's also a question of do we want to keep him and try to fill him up with money? But I don't know.
Mhm.
I'm trying to find his notes.
I
to see
kind of
if it's
like
worth
keeping
it.
him. I kind of like him. Says the player with a gambling problem.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Once
so
wielded by the
what's the
ancient
verdict? Because I might have someone for you if you try to go through with this here.
I say sell. My only
My vote.
concern would be, I'll be honest, I don't know the extent to which Evie's coming back to the campaign. At least in the short term. So I would feel bad if we sold something of theirs that they were wanting to hold on to.
Speaking as GM Cygnus, I think I broke their spirit
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
when that happened.
Fuck.
Not as a player in the campaign, but as in like when I broke Cassandra's spirit.
Yeah.
Is what I mean to say.
I get you. But yeah, that would be my only concern with that. Otherwise, sell.
Yeah, I'd say sell.
I'm also looking at it though, because if the only thing to actually by the looks of it, the first two locks are actually already broken.
Mm.
At least according to the note here. For another 8,000 gold beyond, it unlocks Exaltant fully. 8,000 gold for a +5 weapon is a fucking steal.
Yeah, but how long does it stay a +5 weapon?
That's
Remember, this
the
was
part
a
I'm
phase
worried
thing.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing I'm worried about. But if maybe there's a chance I could try to talk to Exaltant and try to see, if he can tell us, it's all access to draw him from a sheath. They're like, okay, but how long does that last? So.
Oh god, the spiked Crocs. I'd forgotten about those.
Oh yeah. My Crocs of spider climbing.
Bedazzled, no less.
Mhm,
Ugh,
mhm.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
gorgeous.
And make a statement.
Timeless. Yes.
Yeah, they
Oh.
certainly do. That is a way to put it.
Okay, so for my part, while we are puzzling this out, I am going to sell the following items off of my sheet.
Okay.
Reduced Person, Expeditious Retreat, Robe of Bones, and Ring of Counterspells. So that'll give me some capital to work with.
Good deal.
There's also always the option of looking around in the market because you also never know what kinds of fun things you can find. Maybe you didn't
Indeed.
think about it. So.
Indeed.
So, Guti, for your reference, that's 4,700 gold to me
Okay.
for those sales.
I could sell the robe of useful things. I don't know if I necessarily need it. How much would a robe of useful items sell for?
Wait a second. Where's the... That's friends, antagonists. 20.
It doesn't sell for much. 3,500 gold, but I mean 3,500 gold is 3,500 gold.
Yeah, I mean, again, consider that capital towards your next stat boost.
Yeah, all right. I think I'm going to sell the robe of useful items. I don't need it necessarily.
Actually, do you have a physical stats belt?
I have one of Constitution +2.
Okay.
That's the one that I currently have, and the headband of Intelligence +4. Which, to be fair, upgrading that belt for some dex and strength and more. I mean, when we get there, it'll be useful. So.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, Goody, I'm going to sell the robe of useful items,
Okie doke.
and it sells for half price, so 3,500.
Good shit. Good shit. Holy shit. Another 50 from Alucard. Thank you. Jesus. Bro,
Hey, my guy.
what the fuck are you
Jeez.
doing?
Oh my god.
Did you hit
It's like
payday?
a week's worth. It's like a week's worth of lunch, my dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus. Wow, okay.
That'll be GuniCon grocery money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Alright.
smell the smoked brisket already.
Ooh.
Goddamn right.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Fuck yeah.
Yum.
Okay.
So I have two things to talk to Ragnael's sister about: the Staff of Electricity and Exultant. We can ask her about him because, I don't know if I could trust him, but I could probably trust a magician who studies magic.
That's true. That's true.
Or if she so happens to want Exultant, we have him here for a good price.
Ooh, that's true. That's true. All right, let's.
Hey, a talking
Takes one
sword,
look at.
man. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
So where did the prototype axe musket go?
I think that's
It's
the one
dead,
that's
Jim.
in the raccoon's little
It's
hot
dead,
little
Jim.
claws.
There's not.
Oh.
There's,
No.
It wasn't.
The-
That was a rifle.
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about with a prototype axe musket.
It says the prototype under miscellaneous notes and lore. Axe musket. I just see it there.
So back in
Oh.
Cloverstone, Anri had the choice was given the option to choose between the two.
Yeah.
Before she
Oh,
left.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You fucking rocket raccoon somewhere with a repeating rifle right now.
Think you want to know
Terrorizing
the
the
scariest
settlements.
part? It was never a repeating rifle. It was breech loading. It was a single shot.
Maybe he upgraded it.
Oh my
I was
god.
going to say aftermarket raccoon editions.
Oh
Jesus.
dear.
Uh,
I am
Oh
debating
my goodness, there are
selling.
two Anris.
How dare you? How dare you? I am much more filthy than that raccoon.
On the map, darling.
Oh. Oh yeah, Judy brought my token over.
Wow!
My goodness.
Fucking accusing me. Ugh.
I mean, am I wrong?
What, of accusing you of being the raccoon? No.
No, accusing Anri of being more filthy than the raccoon.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Not
Not
well,
anymore.
Not anymore, but yeah.
Not anymore. She has sparred up.
Hell yeah.
Sorren
Speaking
likes to
of-
take advantage of this to be in his more noble clothes because he has a chance to wear it now and to pretend to be royalty.
Indeed.
Don't gotta con people out of their money on the street no more. It's a weird feeling being in a city and not going whose pockets next.
Okay, so not gonna try and sell Exultant here then?
I want to talk to Ragnael's sister about that one. So
Okay.
if she has a chance to meet with me, which this should be under Kyonin Emperor Conclave. Saldria, that's her name. Okay.
Mm-hmm. She is actually currently at court with the princess,
All right.
as you'll recall. But
Well,
I do.
you
It's
know,
probably not something that happened. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're good.
just making a mental note to do later.
Yes.
Okay.
Because most likely it won't be before we go with the princess to her thing. It'll be after. This is the sell phase. I don't think I have anything else to sell at this point, actually. I'm just kind of... It's mostly potions and oils and all these kinds of things. And some really low wands that is like, there's no point in just getting rid of them. They ain't going to cost anything. So.
Yeah, I was debating selling the Vest of Deadshot, which, I don't really have anything else to really sell. Oh, well, I did, but now I've decided against it after our recent excursion to the tower. Because apparently I don't want to fund the war economy anymore.
Had a change of heart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll sell the Vest of Deadshot that Zeke was coming after me for.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's not a bad ability, assuming you get the killing blow.
Yeah.
I've not really ever used it.
Okay.
So I'm thinking
reducing
I might
your
try and
Deadeye's
sell it.
cost down can be nice, I guess.
Never really
but...
used it, and if you think about it, it doesn't really matter because if I want to Deadeye something, Anri's going to have to spend 4 grit points to shoot it 4 times.
I see.
So it's kind of like it's good for a gunslinger, but not my gunslinger.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
So I might just sell it off to go towards the Anri ammunition fund.
Good enough.
Now remind me, is there anything I can do to help you with the ammunition?
Do you have gunsmithing?
No.
Then no.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I know you can do things like enchanted arrows and such, but could I, help you out
You
on
could
that
enchant my ammunition, but yeah, I think that's like, isn't it like the same amount as like +1 for 50 bullets, right?
You can also, if you do individual bullets, you reduce the price by that. So, like, if you do, I think it's 20 arrows is the price of a +1.
Mm-hmm.
But if you only do a single arrow, it's at 1/20th of the price.
It's 1/50th actually. I just looked at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That one's good for things like, because the whole thing that's good for archers, and again, another thing that makes them good, is, we're fighting Fae, cold iron arrows. I just start pulling those out.
Yep.
Or, we're doing, this enemy needs, we need to hit something with fire. I'll pull out my fire arrow real quick and I set it on fire, right? Like,
Yep.
So having individual arrows with various properties on them can be very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. So
or
it's
we pull
1/50th the price for just a +1 of 1 singular bullet.
Or we'd pull a Thexan and figure out how to use reloading hands. Permanent reloading hands.
With Thexan, he was using a revolver, which is an advanced firearm, so he didn't need to worry about that.
Yeah, but 1 free round per round saves you a substantial amount of money over time.
That's true.
It does.
It's only once per round, though, so you can only reload it once. So.
Yep.
And you could be all, it's like, it's not an alchemic cartridge, I'm like, correct, but it's still free, so. And it's a free action to reload it automatically, so it doesn't. So you're saving yourself an alchemic cartridge every round.
Yeah. I'd need to find someone capable of casting it on me.
Well, it's a sorcerer wizard spell. All we would need to do would be to find someone. So
find a scroll for people to scribe it to. Yeah.
Well, you have a wizard, so I could put it in my spellbook.
Yeah, exactly.
You could
find a scroll of something and then have your wizard scribe it.
Save me some money, I would definitely appreciate it.
And if it's on Cygnus's list as well, Kanari can scribe it.
Magus, Ranger, and Sorcerer Wizard.
I'm sorry, what specific...
reloading hands.
Okay.
It is a Magus, Ranger, and Wizard spell. So
Is
Okay,
that
so
is that on the Necromancer spell list?
no. I've danced around this long enough that I should probably just tell you all at this point for strategic purposes. I have access to the full Cleric Oracle spell list and anything that has the Necromancy description. So anything off of
Ooh,
the
okay.
Sorcerer Wizard spell list, anything off of the Cleric spell list, anything
Fuck
off
yeah.
of I think there's like a couple of Ranger spells too,
Mhm,
but anything with the Necromancy descriptor.
from the Necromancy school, I imagine.
Good.
Then.
Correct, yeah,
Good
sorry.
shit. All right. Well,
Makes sense.
guess I'll just have to do a deep dive sometime for you. All
Great.
Find all the fun shit.
So, Goody, I promise I've been forbearing. I'm
No, not you. That was to Wooten being like, "I'll deep dive for you," and I'm just like, "Oh, great."
Gosh.
By the way, Goody, I found this spell called Negate Encounter. I'm like, "Oh, all right."
Have you ever heard of casting
Pretty sure that's
tungsten
called
ball
innovation.
sack?
As a full round action, it gives me sacred geometry for 3 rounds. I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Do you think I want anything to do with that fucking spell?
If you had a spreadsheet, maybe. I don't know.
Gosh. All right.
I cast instant Brazilian wax.
Instant Brazilian wax.
Yeah,
On
with,
your
with the
nuts.
spectral hand. With the spectral hand, so you get the creeping feeling of cold death at the same time.
Yeah.
A
That's
cloud.
how you know it was a
Absolutely.
that's how you know it was a close shave.
Oh God. Oh fuck. Jesus.
Right, so that's sold.
Yeah, so literally the perfect thing to do the spell through, though, using testicular torsion
Mm-hmm.
through the spectral hand.
that is just the worst. You watch someone's disembodied spectral hand fly across the map and disappear into someone's pantaloons, followed by screaming.
And a pop.
It's been a wildly unhinged shopping session.
It has been.
God.
Whee! That's
I can
how it is
appreciate that,
sometimes. Yeah.
How it
Just,
goes.
Anyway.
So Guti, since Chaotic, to get this back on track, number one, and number two, since Chaotic put the little worm in my head, do we, as we're running around the magic shops and all that, do we see any specifically fine deals on anything? Buy first potion, the second one is free, or any magical items that stand out?
Go and roll me a perception check. Anyone who's looking,
Gladly.
and I will.
Make some rolls on random tables?
Yes, actually.
Whee!
25.
Because the way I see it, with the cult basically having basically been torn apart at this point, as well as
Snuffledorf.
y'all have been doing the part of many other adventurers in Vera to get the roads kind of nice and cleaned out for trading and united some of the cities a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there's been some stuff that have made their way here from Berenice a little bit more.
The rabbit's doing a better job of looking than I am.
Than either of us.
He smells a good
Okay.
deal.
I'll try helping out here.
Yeah, tell you what, I will too.
All right. So it's like you said, it takes the combined noses of the Gnoll and the rabbit to smell out some pretty good deals. So, a few things of interest that looks like they've kind of made their way. You can imagine that some of these could have probably made their way from Baronish because of they usually these are a little bit more rare in Leozeros because they don't necessarily have like a
Okay.
as the highest of quality of not quality the highest distributors of magic items that Baronish would. But there are some decently interesting potions here that you spot. I'll make a couple of rolls here.
I mean, Leozeros is still a big city, so
Sure,
True.
yeah, just that they have some distributors for magic items, but not nearly to the degree that
Baronish
Baronish
does.
Yeah. Okay.
Because all the big noble families live in Baronish.
Hmm.
Well, the trading nobles. Leozeros is probably more the
most
traditional nobility.
Yeah, most business business is done in Baronish too. While some do live there, there's others who have like their own land and stuff that they would call home. But then they also have like, I'm gonna be here selling and crafting for a while, so I may as well stay the fuck in town. So
Mm-hmm.
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So making a couple of rolls here. You spot Potion of Eagle's Splendor. Potion of Rope Trick. A potion of... Hold on, let me see here. Ooh. Keen Edge.
Mm.
And one would be an oil, I imagine.
An oil of Keen Edge, I should say.
Drink the keen edge.
What? Ooh, what's this one do? Okay. An oil of magic vestment. And a potion of good hope.
Interesting.
I know Good Hope
Okay.
is one of those very good ones to have, although
Mhm.
as a potion, it's not as helpful. But it's +2 morale bonuses on saving throws, attack rolls, ability checks, skill checks, and weapon damage. So normally it affects one living creature per level, so it's and it's a bard only spell.
Ooh, okay.
It's true. And then you also see a very expensive item that is on display and protected and on display. I'm going to roll for this as well.
So you're telling me a sleight of hand check?
Who am I to stop you if it's let's see here.
I'm literally becoming the world's greatest cat burglar right now, and you guys don't realize it. Which I've now just realized that within D&D might actually be a racist comment to make.
Heyo.
Heyo. Not in this campaign, it's not.
There's no cat in this campaign.
Yeah, exactly. They're all in the wild lands. They're not gonna,
They're all in the pirate campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
the wild lands.
fine.
Oh man. Okay, so do you guys remember when you were debating over Exalton or of whether or not you were gonna like try and sell him?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I got real fucking bad news for you for who your fucking salesman was gonna be.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, chaotic.
Oh.
Now you've done it.
What did I do?
You are currently working on trading with this guy right now. I'm just saying. I had a token ready for him. I'm just like, when you guys said that, I'm like, that's what they think.
My goodness.
Well, Khajiit had wares.
It's not like I said it out loud.
Let's see here.
You know, given Hana's eventual build, you may still find an arrow in your ass.
From halfway around the fucking world.
Way around.
Oh.
Is Hana
And
going
sneak attack
to
damage too? That'd be bad.
Oh, yeah, that'd be... Yeah.
Unless
Watches
you're
this-
immune at this level.
Slowly but surely, Hana is becoming Louis. Yes.
Oh,
yes. The legacy lives on.
Mhm.
what's the likelihood she'll use the war cry?
Oh, high.
High. Very
Very
high. Very, very high.
With the added benefit of, her being a rogue as opposed to, I don't know what he was.
I imagine it was a ranger.
Slayer.
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 Okay. I get more sneak attack dice. Ha.
That's true. That's true. But you
Right.
are dependent on that sneak attack damage.
Remember,
Well, like-
as long as I walk 10 feet, I can do it anytime I
Yeah.
want.
Yeah. That's the other thing. Damn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's also
Scouts be
always
evil.
There's also always the option of I'm literally 2,000 feet away. You have like a minus 200 on your perception check. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as for these protected items, you have a wand priced at 13,500 gold pieces. A wand of scales of deflection.
Okay.
Ooh.
Interesting. Let's see what this does.
And then
It is a
there are 2 scrolls as well. I'm gonna roll for those.
Okay.
it is a 3rd level wizard spell, so that gives you its power level roughly.
Mhm.
Brilliant draconic iconography matching your draconic heritage surrounds you. Any touch attack attempted against you resolves against your normal AC. Once such attack has been resolved, the spell is dismissed.
Interesting.
And it's a personal spell.
Okay.
Blood Ranger, Magus, Occultist, Paladin, Psychic, Sorcerer, Wizard, Spiritualist, Summoner.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the material component required is a dragon scale. Good luck.
Well, it's a wand, so yeah.
Yeah, true. That's probably why it costs so much. They put a fucking dragon scale in it somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, the ability to force a touch attack to be a normal attack could be useful sometimes, but
Mhm. Could be.
you know that gun of yours? Ha.
Oh god, if we start facing off against gun-wielding enemies,
Just gotta get in close.
also true, but I mean, there's just going to be a fucking bone phalanx every time we go into battle.
Well, I know that in exploration, 50 years on, guns will become far more common. So it's more common in that one. This one? Nah, probably not.
Great.
They're
Yeah.
still fairly early as far as everyone's aware.
From what I remember, Anri might be the only human that knows how to make black powder.
There are several different dwarves that do. In fact, in Evil campaign, there was a pack of ranger dwarves from the nearby city that were using them. And in fact, Ragnael was introduced to them by traders coming from the dwarven city there. So
Indeed.
Oh boy.
That's why I
That
said
said,
human.
that was also
Correct.
50 years ago. So it may
That's
have
also
also proliferated a little bit.
Mhm.
well, dwarves are also notoriously
Yeah.
not willing to
insular.
share their
yeah.
secrets. So,
Uh-huh.
And the other 2 scrolls are a scroll of daylight and a scroll of beast shape 1.
ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, in terms of a cursory glance, we found some interesting stuff. If only it was a wand of good hope. Honestly, if it was a wand of good hope, I would have considered that. Because I can use magic device with that. So
Well, and I mean, you wouldn't have to because that I exist.
Are you a bard?
I thought that was a...
Good
No,
Hope is
you're
a
right.
bard
That
only
is quite
spell.
exclusive.
Mhm.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
nah.
Bards had to have some reason for you to play them.
Yes.
Because they're
Phooey.
fun, obviously.
But if it had been a wand, I would have very much considered that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Guti, and thank you to the nice shopkeeper, whom we did not say anything unfortunate to. God.
Goodness.
Who knows? You might talk to him again. Solar, do you need your twin up here anymore?
No, I'm sorted now, thank you. All information
Right.
has been copied over.
Excellent.
Fades into the non-existence.
Yeah, yanked back through time and space to the middle of the battle again.
Oof.
Otherwise, I mean, I don't actually have enough money for anything that's really worth looking into at the moment. So
Mhm.
I'm afraid Anri's funds all go into ammunition. So
That's fair.
you guys have fun spending money.
That's fair. That's fair.
it's also going to be worth saving any if I need to give Isaldria money to help with the staff of electricity and with Exalton. So,
Mhm.
although if she wants to take Exalton in exchange for fixing the staff, I also wouldn't say no. So,
Hmm.
Mhm.
just depends on when I talk to her. So, because I will be sure asking her for additional help if she's willing on my magic. To be fair, because I'm also seem to be learning it at an astonishing speed,
Indeed.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
with a little help from Kanari, of course.
Just a
Well,
little help from my friends.
We get by.
Yeah, the little help from my friends. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Do I want to upgrade Bracers of Armor or the Amulet of Natural Armor? Huh.
Each turn.
Basically, do I want to bump up my touch AC or my flat-footed? Let's see.
well, we've been dealing with casters quite a bit, but we haven't really ever been ambushed. We're pretty good on the perception side of things, so
But
very rarely are we taken by surprise.
But I don't get my wisdom. Well, I do get my wisdom bonus, but I don't get my dex bonus to AC on flat-footed. So, I think if I had to pick, I think I'm gonna look into the natural armor next. So, we'll see.
Okay.
And luckily, 1,000. Okay. I think once you finish the headband, I think I should have just enough to have 48 gold left over for
Nice.
getting the amulet upgraded. So,
Okay.
so that'll be...
Well, just let me know if you want me to put that in the queue as well.
I would like that, yes.
All right. And what's the cost on that?
That is 8,000 from me, bumping it up to a +3. From +1 to +3.
Okay. All right, so you are currently sitting at 20 days for all of your items.
All right, so about 3 weeks.
Yep.
You know, you could fast crafting it, double the progress for +5 to the DC.
Okay, well, gotta remember how this works. It's been way too long.
What are we looking for? I'm sorry.
No, I just need to look at the magic item creation rules. Don't mind me. I'll just, do
Fair
that in
enough.
the background while we're
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, it's you add +5 to the DC for every requirement that you don't meet.
Okay.
So if you don't have the specific spell, or you don't meet like a level requirement or class
Or a
requirement
skill
something.
requirement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, whatever your spellcraft level is.
I think caster level is like a hard difference, isn't it? You have to have the caster level, right?
No. It's
Really?
it's one of those things where it's also +5, but I think for the natural armor, for example, the caster level must be at least 3 times the amulet's bonus.
Correct.
I think that's a hard, that sort of thing is a hard requirement.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I think it's flexible. So conveniently, you are,
level 9. Life is good.
Life is good.
Okay, I'll be plugging away at that here in the background, and Guti, if you need me to roll anything, let me know.
I'll switch to a different weapon.
Luckily, the craft DC for that is DC 10 plus the caster level of, in this case, the Amulet of Natural Armor is just a 5. So it's just a DC 15. And if you can take 10 on magic item crafting.
You cannot.
I may actually be able to beat that with my bonus, so we'll see.
You know what else is nice? For me, I can craft, I can enchant weapons using my blacksmith skill.
Ooh.
I can enchant weapons and armor with my blacksmith skill. Once I get that wisdom, I will get +20 on my blacksmith check.
Jeez.
Chef's kiss. I'm gonna be enchanting the fuck out of every single weapon we've got.
Specifically weapons and armor, though. So
yes, weapons and armor.
Which leaves the wondrous items to Kanari.
Until next level, and then I'll be able to craft them.
Wow. Okay.
Craft them as well.
Well.
All right.
I'll be able to assist.
Well, I guess getting 2 done at once is better than
it is
only 1 at a time, I guess.
This is true.
Although that one also requires us to go back to your blacksmith shop in Albrook, right?
No, I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
Yeah.
Weapon.
It would just help, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for now, my shopping trip's done, so.
Good deal.
All right.
I think the only thing Anri will buy is a weapon cord.
Which note?
Oh. I don't know. Your favorite?
D? Excellent. All right, I'll note that.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Every time your weapon fires, it makes a tuba sound.
D minor? All right.
Or just like a foghorn.
Are you planning to have us fight some drakes?
Hang on, I'm doing. I have the MacBook Beach Ball thing happening right now. The little spinny processing.
I'll message you.
I'm the slow one, okay?
It's okay.
There you go.
All right.
Posted it in Kyonin.
There we go.
Yeah. Toot.
Oh my god. That was so far removed from me. I was like, oh.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Now, I live with someone who has been following this religiously, let's put it that way.
Jesus Christ, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. All right. Anyone have any more shopping or coin keeping to take care of?
For me at this point, no.
No.
Right. All right. I will take the remaining arcing silence to mean that shopping's done and not much else going on today.
Mhm.
You have this book called Pride Help Volume 2, and I don't know why I haven't.
Oh.
Oh, that was from the tower.
I happened to
Oh.
book from the tower. I don't know
Yeah.
why. I just apparently I found it interesting.
I
Yeah,
remember
just-
it was like a puzzle, I think. We were looking for information in it.
Yeah, it was part of a
Oh.
puzzle to find like a special secret switch.
Well, apparently I still have the book. So
Well,
neat. And Arcana 101. That's where my plus
there
2 is
was-
coming from.
if my memory serves, I think someone else had a book that had like some kind of notation in it too. Had some celestial writing as well.
Hmm.
I don't know if that was me.
just
Yes,
remember-
I have a book in Celestial. I
Okay.
remember nothing about it though, other than that we picked it up in the tower.
That's okay. I assume this day goes on without anything else. I haven't heard anything from Sorren about trying to plan a heist for those other items.
No,
So-
no.
In that case, y'all have the rest of your day. You pack in, get some good rest. Kanari has her dream with who I'm going to refer as the Everseer.
Ooh.
And then y'all wake up refreshed.
Yeah.
And after a nebulous amount of time, I assume everyone's gonna be getting ready to head to the princess's villa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there will be a carriage waiting to take you guys outside of town. And if I can just, there we go. She has already gone ahead. She's a little ways ahead of you, but you know, the one person with a couple of attendants, as opposed to the five of you making sure you have everything together and everything. Just
Mm-hmm.
and your carriage follows suit. It goes out of town, sort of in the direction of the forest. Not into it, but to a nice hilltop. Actually, I'm going to show you right over here. Out of town and up the hill, right around here,
Hey, nice.
is there's a
Halfway between the spooky woods and the graveyard.
perfect place to kind of see over all these things. The kingdom in the distance, the memorial acre, the forest, and there's a not a valley, but there appear to be like symmetrical trees that line the sides of the road as you make your way to the top of the hill. And it's a lovely sight, a nice little kind of nice little getaway manse that looks over these various landmarks and equally serves as a kind of it has space designated for like a sort of nature getaway as well, with some where one can go for like hiking or horseback riding and whatnot,
Hmm.
training grounds and the like. A welcome escape from town. Gathering your things, you make your way into the recreational quarters.
Upper left.
There we are.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
there we
I
are.
did not grab the dog. I didn't grab the doggo, so let me grab the doggo too. The smells of, nay, the aromas of calming plant stuffs, or what's the word I'm looking for here? Uh,
Aromatic.
what, no, what are the things that you those like sticks that you light up to kind of
Incense?
burn?
Incense?
Incense.
Incense. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Of divine aromatic incense that calms the senses right as you walk in. It's reminiscent of if one were to be hit by the calm emotions spell, but not quite the spell itself. One could mistake it for such, though.
It's so relaxing that it's almost magical.
Yes, well said.
Well, well, well. Our princess friend here has quite the getaway, don't she?
Well, she is the princess.
I mean, yeah, you right.
Please
You're
feel
right.
free to leave your belongings wherever you wish. There are multiple facilities throughout the recreational lounges where you may go to relax. There's a to your right is a spring of sorts if you wish for a more private affair. There are mud baths. Are massage chambers and quarters, and
Where would any rooms be? Because I think that'd be a good place to drop anything off before trying to sit there and yeah, take advantage, as it were.
oh, of course, there are in either your left or your right. If you follow the paths, you'll find some you'll find some rooms to collect yourselves, place your items, whatever you need.
Well, perfect. All right,
Very
thank you
well.
kindly.
If you need anything at all, be it by drink or service, you need only let us know. You are her Royal Highness's guests.
Well, again, thank you so kindly. Coming up to Shizuki and just kind of going, I'm not used to this kind of service. How does this work?
Well, you're doing just fine. Just staying polite is a good first step.
That's what Mom always told me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sniffing out every little corner of this place.
Yeah. Go
Must
ahead.
make sure there are no intruders.
Yes. I just go along here.
Anri will follow you.
This like a storage area or
Storage area. Think of it also like a place for like keeping of belongings. If you want to set them aside, they'll be safe and secure in this room.
okay.
That type of deal.
Okay.
This is also like a more like personal chamber of sorts.
Okay.
As you approach here, you see a pair of double doors.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
as the three of you approach, could you roll perception checks, please?
All right.
Whoops.
Okay.
There you go.
29.
Okay, I see. So Sorren had the 27, Robin had the 20. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Anri, you will have just picked up the slight sound of like a quick, as if someone got like not quite a shriek, but if somebody was like startled on the other side of these doors about over something.
These
Like
doors or there?
these ones.
Okay. Oh, sounds like somebody was surprised.
Hmm. What is this?
A door.
Slightly
Very
cracked open
ornate
door.
ones. Oh, slightly cracked open.
Mm-hmm. As you approach to hear the sound of some kind of conversation. Somewhat, well, some kind of conversation, energetic.
Okay.
Can't make out what's being said though.
Hmm.
I'll
Sounds
drop
like...
my. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. Anri was literally just gonna say, I'm not gonna listen.
I'm gonna go marching right in. We're trying to find our host. I don't want to drop my things off before we say hi.
That's fair.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
After you?
I will open the door.
Okay,
Open
I
your
will
door.
move you in.
Just looking around and give a little whistle. Just. All right.
Oh,
Hello.
our other guests are here. Hi, Sorren, and and everyone else is here too. Excellent. She had looked. She has turning from a conversation with someone she was having to the south here.
Well, and good morning to you too, Princess. We came as you asked. Your court carriage was sitting there waiting and ready for us, and I'll have to say, I'm quite impressed by all this. You certainly have quite a place here to escape to. As I
Thank
just
you.
slowly make my way forward. So
No, please come in. Make yourselves at home. I honestly was only expecting you today, but looks like my friend could make it as well. She looks back down towards the water again, which
ooh, I can see between the pillars here.
this serves sort of like a throne room of sorts with water all around it, almost like it could be its own kind of little pool situation. And the other guest says, "Well, that's a little rude to say, isn't it? Isn't you're the one who invited me, Gwyn?"
Oh.
Yes, I. But I thought you said you couldn't make it, so I was just a little taken aback. Well, originally I couldn't, but my brother had an emergency meeting to attend, and as soon as he mentioned it involved one of his creepy henchmen, that was more than enough for say no more, and thus my evening was freed. No need for Benedict to know.
She taking a dip in the pool.
Oh yes, she has already made herself comfy.
Uh.
These two are treating each other as with the attitudes that they have been good friends for a very long time. Well, all right. In that case, am going to go change. The rest of you, please, like I said, place your belongings wherever you wish. My place is yours, however you wish to unwind. Lord knows we all need it. She will head back this way.
I look respectfully for a moment before then turning around and making my way to the private chamber from before to go ahead and drop my things off. Well, you heard the lady.
Would either of you like to make a sense motive check?
I will.
Sure.
I'll do it on my way past as I start to make my way back.
Or was
So-
that to just Anri and Sorren?
No, I mean, if you're coming back this way as well, go for it.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see how good a job she does of hiding it. All right. Wouldn't you and Chaotic notice that she's looking around at this opulence with barely disguised disdain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't say anything, but she gives...
Mhm.
When she notices you've noticed, she gives you a significant look and ever so slightly rolls her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that a Prademia was going to be here.
She will mumble under her breath as she walks by you.
She'll nod.
Mm-hmm. Well, when in Vera, as they say.
When in Vera.
Oh wait, this is more springs. Here.
The stuff was up this way.
Yeah, personal chambers were this way.
Whoop.
Okay.
Ah, I see some low-res chests that I will put my stuff in.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Which most of my stuff is probably actually stored in between all three of the chambers of the handy haversack. So honestly, really not much for me to pull off.
Just plop the bag
Save,
down.
like,
Call it good.
A couple of probably still kept some of my weapons on my person, but I just take it and one of the little side pockets is just like a magic trick, just slides into the side pocket. Hey man, it's a normal size backpack, but things can just disappear in there.
Okay. So. So we'll go ahead, drop off stuff in here.
Mm-hmm.
Stretch out a little bit.
And you behave yourself. As the rabbit already immediately, off somewhere. And this little fucker can semi-fly and can also hide himself from me. So if he doesn't want me to know where he is, he can go off and do his thing. That is for the DM to decide if Robin, whatever it is Robin decides to do, because he is more than happy to just explore. So
Okay.
We could always
Duly
have-
noted.
As Kanari lifts a foot.
Goodness. All right. Well, popping in for more spa day, I guess.
Oh.
you guys disappeared for a second there for me. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Yeah, sorry.
What did you hear?
I heard you say Kanari lifts her foot, and that was all I heard.
Okay. Kanari lifts her foot and, to admit Robin's passage and, looking over her shoulder at the dog, well, if Kai ever needs anything to do, I suppose we could send him off to chase down the rabbit.
Something
Oof.
that I imagine he's plenty of experience with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would be kind of funny to see Kai bounding through these halls, knocking over every varnished vase and what have you.
She winces.
Well, might want to try to be at least a little courteous of our patron here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Just was how I had a lot of fun back in the day.
Well, I had more. I usually ended up having more fun more when it ended up in my pocket rather than somewhere else. But still,
Mm-hmm. either way, we're here because the princess has found favor with us, and we're especially with the Pronemia here, best behavior, everyone.
Sitting there and pulling someone out of a deep dank dungeon usually does something like that.
That's true.
Anri kind of seems apprehensive when you mention the Pronemia.
Mm-hmm.
I believe at this point that we know that, because we know why she has to keep hiding herself at this point. So I think
You do.
Yeah.
we all
Anri has
generally
pretty
learned
much
quite a
told
bit
them.
about each other in the
Yeah,
tower.
we did. We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Anri told you before then, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I believe so. But...
I mean, it wasn't hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, put it this way, I mean, if you've noticed Kanari being a little bit more withdrawn, there's a reason.
Yep.
So
Mhm.
she's not going to confront that with
Yeah.
any of you. So if you would like to try and poke holes in her newly raised shield, go for it, please.
Don't you worry, I have plans.
Oh dear.
Yes, oh dear indeed.
Oh dear. Oh boy.
Well, I don't know. What do you all feel like? I mean, I kind of almost feel like you're supposed to hang out with the host, but at the same time, she said do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
I, for one, kind of want to see if I can get myself a massage. That kind of sounds nice, actually.
I did see some gardens down to the south, as that we passed on the way to the bathhouse. Might like to take a stroll there.
Mm-hmm. I'll glance to Anri briefly. I guess I'll be the one rubbing shoulders with nobility this time around.
If you don't mind.
That's fine by me.
She gives you a little smile.
It's fine by me. In that case, I think you might want to go with Kanari to Tranquil Gardens and whatnot.
Anri will take off her big bloodborne coat.
Sounds like a good idea. Want to avoid the nobility together?
She offers you her arm.
Ha.
It would
It
be
will
my
be-
pleasure, madam.
Anri performs a very half-assed curtsy, almost as if it was designed to piss off someone trying to teach it to her.
And despite herself, Kanari does chuckle.
Come on, Kai, you'll enjoy it. I promise. I'm sure those muscles of yours get pretty tense. Come on. Trying to convince the dog.
Anyway. Gosh. All right. Well,
All
in
right.
that case, we all have
All right.
our planned activities here, so
Alrighty.
go ahead.
Bear with me as I'm making a couple of little map adjustments real quick here.
All good. Back in over here then.
This. There we go.
That might be worth something, actually. Something for the future.
Damn it, not there. There we go,
God
much better.
damn.
All right.
Okay.
So, let's start with Sorren and Kai. He's gonna sort of head down this direction.
All right.
as they're both led to this area over here, to which an attendant says, I don't think I've ever massaged a canine before.
Don't mind me. I'm just
Well,
T-posing.
if
I'm just T-posing over here for the viewers. Don't
Well,
mind me.
That one looks a little stiff.
well, I tried to convince him to sit there and not be a dog for this, but I guess he decided against it. So.
Oh. Well, I'm sure that means something. Please come right on.
Accurate response.
Well, let me think here. My sister was a veterinarian, so let me just think of what she would do here. And Sorren, you are attended to very easily. You're offered a robe to put on, a heavy blanket for them to put over you once you've properly removed your attire after given some privacy to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And what's a good suite on a Norn massage?
A Norn.
Norn would be like a
style
deep
massage.
tissue one, or like a like hot rocks or some shit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see.
That one was, you got something there. That one. Ooh.
Have you ever had a hot rock massage? Chaotic?
I have not. No, I can't say that I have.
It works, but goddamn, are they hot?
Uh-huh.
And throughout the complex, depending where you guys are, you'll occasionally just hear the "Hi-yo!" on occasion.
For as tense
Dog
as you have
howling.
been, on this adventure so far, it feels like some of the intestines and bones on your back just like popped like
The
balls.
intestines on my back.
They're
Yes.
like I corrected myself. I say like bone and muscle and all that.
I wouldn't doubt that there'd be one back there at this point. To be fair, but
Yeah.
Hey now, I've been doing a great job with my healing magic, putting you all back together every time you get torn apart. If some things get misplaced, it's probably for the better anyway.
It's a bit more
And you will-
efficient, exactly.
And you
Less
will
intestines
be
means less things to be stabbed.
and you will be well handled for a while there.
Mhm.
all right.
All right.
It's probably the other half of it too. You know, a nice attendant as well. You know, I'm
Oh
gonna enjoy myself.
God! Chaotic!
What?
Hey.
Come on, don't tell me you don't want a pretty lady
Hey.
sitting around giving you a good massage.
No,
Come
no.
on, come on.
The poolside chamber will be waiting when you're done. And next, let's Shizuki.
All right. I'll up over here. Up in with.
You hear some bubbling sounds to the southeast.
Ah, there they are.
There appears to be some kind of not necessarily well, maybe barrier is a good word for it. There's like a sort of shimmering, translucent wall of some sort around where a Saldria is sitting. And the water within that space is appears to be warm and bubbling.
Making her own
Come on.
private steam chamber.
I want to
Yeah.
make it. I shouldn't. Okay. All right.
Go on, make a perception check if you want.
I was gonna make a fart joke, but okay. Let's see. Perception here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30.
Okay. So so above where she's resting, there's like a kind of a runic light that's on, and you see a rune of each of these on each one of these pillars here as well.
Okay.
From what you can kind of tell, these runes are kind of heating the water in that area to kind of act like a relaxing.
Oh shit! It's like a heat stone almost, but it's a pillar.
Exactly.
Oh shit!
Exactly. It's acting like
Love
it affects like this one area so that the rest of the water around it remains its own temperature, and then these spaces themselves would be that heating zone.
Well, now, this is certainly more impressive than a lot of the spas that were in Liazeros.
Yeah, it's a bit much, but you know, it's what you get used to when you're someone of status, I suppose.
Well, the fact that you're able to enjoy this sort of thing is a testament to the prosperity of the nation.
Was that practiced? She asks a little bit coyly.
Well, one must always have experience, like not experience. One must always have a good word to say about the nation that they protect.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I can appreciate that.
So, how have things been in lately?
Very stressful. Had a single day where someone hasn't come by worried about the moon with some kind of theory about what's right, what's wrong. It's when something like that happens all at once, you have one group of scholars claim one thing, another claim another. There's some report came from a Red Isles about some wizard out there who claimed he knew about this all along. And how am I supposed to believe that? They're filled with pirates out there. It's bad, Shizuki. It's so bad. We're still trying to figure out what it means, and some say, oh, it's just a sign that it's going to fall. Nothing is being proven either direction.
Well,
but what I can promise is that if there's any major business, this water is going to boil faster than a spring on Vulcami Peak.
Well, what I'll say from my perspective is that given enough time and enough diligence, the answers will come. You know, Vera's I was just gonna say, you know, Vera's been around for a long, long time and will keep existing long after this. I have a feeling that whatever this moon is will just it'll be a cornerstone in history, a big cornerstone, but a cornerstone nonetheless.
You'll help preserve that peace, won't you?
I'll certainly do my best.
Is that a promise?
We'll scoot over here. pinky promise.
Lifts hand out of the water to meet the pinky promise. Well, not major business, by the way. There is something that I was just reminded of. Just, I don't know how I could forget this. In a couple of months, there's going to be a banquet. And one of the items of note is that we'd like for you and your friends to attend to be recognized for your efforts. You will, won't you?
Well, provided nothing harrowing and cataclysmic happens in the world, I don't see why not.
Excellent.
I'll have to check with the rest of the group to see if they have any plans, but I don't think I have anything I can think of.
Well, good. She looks towards the door. I hope they will. Make me a sense motive check, please.
Okay. 33.
You notice as she looks in the direction of the door to this chamber, she's a little bit sad. She then turns around to look towards Isaldria relaxing, and then murmurs to you and asks, "Let me guess. It's because she's here, isn't it?"
Well, guys, real quick, is it because she's here? Do we like the princess and not the Pronamias?
Anri would say yes.
I'm a little warier of Isaldria, but at the moment it's mostly just because I'm processing the trauma of the last thing. Kanari, more to the point. So she'll be along and ready for socialization later, but I mean...
What about you, Sorren?
Look, they're all pretty, all right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well...
There's going to be a lot of slapping going on.
Oh, I've already considered
God damn it.
Telenovela.
Oh my god. Well, not necessarily. It's more... We've been through a lot in the past few months, and a lot of it is just coming to terms with a lot of the information we've found, a lot of the experiences we've gone through. And the group's done a lot of growing in a very short amount of time, and I think it's just a matter of everyone coming to terms with that right now.
And oh, okay, that's she looked like she's trying to piece together what that has to do with Isaldria being here. She's saying with her face, "I'm trying to figure out how that answers the question."
It's not, and would this be something that I can just get without sense motive?
Yeah, I mean, that sense motive was still for this part of the conversation.
Okay.
So
Don't worry. It's not because of her. She'll just like hold up a placating hand and just be like, "It's okay. Just don't worry about it."
Okay. She came here to get away just as much as I do. We both have always. We're not like our brothers. We're. Well, she is an overachiever, but she's not nearly to the point that her her elder brother was.
A defined split between business and pleasure, then.
Yes, she
Good.
actually gives time to herself.
Excellent.
And can I be upfront with you about something? I actually had a meeting with her brother not long ago. And while this isn't anything against her, but he was exhausting. It was like, oh, how to describe? It was almost like there's a city far to the south of here, just outside the wild lands in the deserts, called Diamond, and apparently that's where people go with a lot of money and come home without it, because a lot of the people there who run the establishments have predetermined how people are going to spend their money on gambling. And it felt like he came to this meeting with several hands of cards ready to play. And he thoroughly outpaced me in every sense. Getting away from that man was like walking out from that dungeon that you all rescued me from. Just smelling fresh, clean air. Albeit swampy, yes, but by comparison, ugh.
I've certainly... Well, would this be something that I would knowledge nobility for, or would you just let me just like, I've heard stories of how he tends to handle things.
I mean, that base knowledge, sure, but go ahead and roll me nobility to see if there's anything else that you
all right,
might
plus
be able to pick up on.
6, 24.
Okay. With that, you probably would have heard that there had been some meetings in town recently with the Margrave of Narr'tor,
Okay.
but definitely know about his dealings.
Okay.
And actually, let me DM you something.
Okay.
Actually, out of just out of a curiosity.
All right. Let me see here. Okay.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You've also heard that he's not exactly his family of merchants are not the only ones that have been making strides because that's just what they are most known for. But more recently, when you got back to Leozeros, some of the word around town you thought you'd heard about was about whispers of a pronemia in the Navy. And then it might be... It could just be a rumor, but then it might have been one of Ragnael's children.
Okay. Well, given everything that I've heard over the years, he's got he certainly commands the room whenever he walks in.
She looks a little frustrated at that, just being like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. He, Margrave of Narr'tor. I'm sure you've heard the stories of how he was just would this be one of those sort of rags to riches situations where he was just your average magic shop owner and rose up the ranks over the course of like 50 years ago? Would that be something that's like common-ish knowledge?
Kinda, yeah, because
Okay.
the Pronemia name back then didn't have a whole lot of water
Yeah.
by comparison to over here. So
Okay.
I imagine one of his biggest quote unquote accomplishments was being a part of the major strike force that went into the Morgala's tower.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
he wasn't one of the champions, but he helped them get there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he
exactly.
plays that up quite a bit.
Oh,
So.
Definitely. Well, I mean, think about it. He was, he wasn't a champion, but he helped them get to where they needed to be, and rose up from this magic shop to leading all of Narr'tor. So,
and you see, it's just that. I've always believed that if I'm to one day be queen, I need my own legend to live up to. To start my own, be able to stand for my own legacy, something heroic, something that shows the people that I'm not just someone to walk through the streets. And I do get away sometimes to see the children at the orphanages, of course, but I don't want people to think that I'm just some puppet who, without her own standard of beliefs.
Well, the way I look at it, heroics aren't always for everyone. Sometimes the strongest impact, the greatest of rulers, are the ones who can help the people as much as they can. We don't think of when you think of a king, you don't always think of like King Roswald of Across the Sea, or even your father sometimes. Also, a lot of the people also think of kings and rulers who brought them up from whatever status that they've experienced throughout their lives. And if you cannot win the hearts through heroics, then win the hearts through tangible impacts to the people's lives for the better of everyone.
You want to know
Man,
something, She?
I was just going to say, I am really using that headband that I have not upgraded yet. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
You want to know something, She? You... a couple of tears as she lets out as she like has like the sort of little light laugh and a smile. You sound a lot like my brother right now.
Well, that's...
Would have said the same things. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is such heavy conversation for supposed to be a relaxing day. I am
Well, think of it this way.
so sorry.
No. Think of it this way. Catharsis from processing this sort of thing is relaxation in and of itself.
I suppose. Saldry is just going to kind of come over this way as well and just, check on her, make sure she's okay.
Yeah.
And for now, Kanari and Anri, let's cut over to you guys.
Yeah. Time for me to T-pose some more. Let's see.
Stolar, I'm gonna send you a quick DM here.
Okay.
And of course, when the rest of us are done with what we're doing, we'll come join too, because now I feel bad that we didn't go say hi. So,
Yes.
Yeah. Don't you feel bad now that I was the one that had
Jeez.
to be here for that?
nah.
It's okay.
I think I did all right.
No. I mean,
did
she had her
fine.
own apprehensions and hangups herself, so we're gonna actually move you guys.
And
Down
as
this
soon
way.
as all of the friends that she's decided we are show up,
Yeah.
I'm sure things will be much happier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Southwest, my guys.
As
Okay.
I T-pose
look at this.
above the scene.
Shizuki always watches.
Woo.
You may try to run from it, but the full round attack always arrives. So what is this? Is this a little greenhouse or a garden area?
It's a little walkable garden.
How much land do they actually own up here?
Good question. I suppose that's the prerogative of nobility, yes?
Oh, the nobility. Those strange creatures.
Speaking of which, Goody, where are we entering from? Are we coming in from off map? Or...
So this is. All right, so I'll be real. I just kind of dug up some of the maps from my thing, and I was like, "Oh right, I think I do have a garden I can have them kind of walk through." And this is when I came in through here, I was like, "Oh, there's a wall. Pretend it's outdoors."
Yeah.
Pretend like this
Understood.
is just a change from like the. It's kind of like a barrier for the garden itself. It's still all outdoors.
Yeah.
I follow. All right. So I'm sorry, Anri, you were saying.
Oh, Anri was just saying,
Oh yes, nobility, those strange creatures living up in their ivory towers. What would we know about them,
What they want us to, I'm sure. Do you ever She kind of falters.
Do I
leans-
ever?
Leans in closer. Do you ever get the feeling that no matter how strong we get, no matter how much information we pull together, we're being pulled and pushed by forces well outside our control? People who still, somehow, know more than we ever could. Pull strings where we never could.
Anri is quiet for a moment, and you see her reach one hand up and kind of grasp the forearm of her other arm.
Kanari, I have been running from that feeling my entire life. And yes, I do feel it. Every time I look into the eyes of any king, noble, or baron, I search for it, and I see it in that Isoldria lady. There used to
I hear you.
be a saying that I once heard. You play chess against the Prenemias, and you'll only find out you're a pawn at the end of the game.
Ooh.
That's what I'm afraid of. The way they... I don't know if dismissed is even the right word. The way they took everything we said in stride back at the Capitol. All the blood and terror we went through to collect all this information, and they just... to brush it off so lightly. To have us here dancing around in frilly frocks and scented baths when... What? Do they
When
not
they're-
see the danger? Do they not... Did they know? Was all of this just a play for someone else's... I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't let you see me like this. This is...
No.
Anri takes your paw.
No. I want you to talk about this because I've been feeling it for so long. I just tend to not really appreciate it anymore. And I think that's wrong.
No, I know the feeling. I've been... You've seen the things that I've forced myself to become inured to. The things that I try not to let affect me anymore. But I've never... No... Even in the killing fields to the west, I never felt this out of control.
You don't get used to that feeling. You never really do. And I wish I could tell you how you fight against this, how you liberate yourself from the strings of some noble with some chess game in his head. But I don't. And that's why That's why I ran. That's why I've been running. And after I've met you and everyone, it's been amazing to know all of you, but as we continue this journey, it feels like I am putting a toe back into that pool I climbed out of. And that's so scary.
At the last part, the hand that you are holding sort of moves as though she wants to raise it to your cheek. She will let your hand guide where it goes.
Anri will look at it quizzically for a second and then realize, and will move it to her cheek.
There is clear emotion on her face when you do, and she says, I don't want you to have to be scared anymore. I've taken this task upon myself to keep all of you safe, to do more for the land, to do more for all of you, and I understand why they said what they said about that damn tower being meant to break us and hurt us, and seeing what they did to you. Is this fair to you? Am I...
Anri will when you mention what happened in the tower, there's obviously a little bit of apprehension in Anri's eyes, just a flash of it. But despite her averting her gaze, she does hear your words, and she is quiet for a moment.
It's only unfair if you don't let me help. You talk about this like it's just you, and it's not. Yes, I am scared, but that doesn't mean I don't want to do anything either. And for what it's worth, even though this whole journey I've had to confront so much, even though I am terrified, when I'm standing next to you and the others, I feel a little less scared. And I want you to know that you're not alone. I'm grateful that you want to try and protect us. But it's not just you. We're all here together. Okay?
Could you do me a favor and roll diplomacy? I just want to see how much it lands for her.
Shit, okay. That is a 9. Sorry, she's not
Plus
a
2
diplomancer.
circumstance.
It's okay.
Plus 2 circumstance.
plenty
plus
of
20.
circumstance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Time and time again.
If you want... Actually, no, I'm going to be quiet.
No, this is purely for my internal calculus, don't worry.
Okay.
She almost moves to withdraw the hand. I'm sorry, I don't want you to think that I think you're just some porcelain doll, some thing that can't take care of herself. I wouldn't do that to you. I just... You've seen what I did, what I lost, what I was forced to go through, and I'm so afraid of being the reason someone else gets hurt now.
She squeezes your hand.
I know, I saw it too, and I cannot imagine what it must have been like. But that doesn't mean that you're...
She kind of is trying to muster up the words.
It doesn't mean that you are forever banished from feeling that again with anyone else. And I think it would be far worse if you just chose not to care. So all I can do is really just promise that I'll try my hardest to not make you go through that again.
God, that fucking music hit just right.
Could you roll me a sense motive?
Gladly.
Oh fuck, okay.
Oh, baby.
You are an open book.
Surprise!
Anri is an open book, and you can tell Kanari that throughout this conversation, Anri has been speaking from the heart, but she's been dancing around something she wants to say. But it's almost as if she wants to say it, but she's waiting. She's struggling to make the last step. That's probably the best way to say it.
I hear you. She reads your face with an intensity that can only be matched by a 37. Fuck me.
God damn.
And after a moment of just, drilling straight through to your brain, her voice and face soften, if possible, further still.
Moist.
When I said I didn't want you to be afraid. I meant that about me, too. So if there's... I'm going to have to put the shield back up, the armor back on after this, so if there's something... there's anything you have to say, please let it be now.
Anri rubs something from her eye.
Oh my fucking god.
So, I understand now why you do that, and that's okay. I did want to say something. A while back, before we went to the tower, you once told me that you once told me that even though I was a noble, we can't choose our blood families, but we can choose our second one. Do you remember?
Of course I do.
Kanari. What's your last name?
Her face twists into something almost like a smile. And I could tell you, but you couldn't pronounce it.
I can try.
The closest translation is nettles over brackish water, and I've always shortened that to Bracknettle.
Bracknettle.
Oh my fucking
I like
god.
that.
Awful and sharp and miserable.
Trust me, it's a lot less miserable than Ashworth.
You proposing we swap?
Maybe not a swap.
She gives you a very earnest smile.
A series of neurons fire off in her head at the same time. In sequence. Oh.
Oh.
I mean, I know it's kind of invasive, so if it's not okay, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to... It's just nice to know. I was just kind of thinking,
no,
you know...
No. If... That...
She's speechless.
She is speechless. And Solar, would you like to also nat 20 on a sense motive check?
Sure. I can try. A 13 will have to do.
You know what? That's good. That's more than good enough. This is the closest to tears you have ever seen her. And when she does finally find her verbal footing again, it is to say, and with a tremor in her voice, I'm the only one left who bears that name. There is no more clan. But and the words, when they finally come out in a rush. I would love to build a new one with you.
Some tears are going to come down Anri's face, and she's going to jump into your arms with a hug.
Oh. She will catch you and spin you around.
Yes.
Pull you into the tightest hug that... Wuten, at this point, you have to ask. Jesus! Getting the vapors over here.
Cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Anri, she will pull you into the tightest hug that you've ever had in your life.
Catharsis.
Yeah.
Catharsis.
Also, didn't want to interrupt the scene, but $100 from Alucard. I think because that scene was so fucking good.
Bruh.
And before we take our pee break, I just want you all to know that the song that I just played for this was picked for this precise conversation.
Oh.
So
Because I may have mentioned what Anri wanted to ask to Gudi, but I described it as, by the way, next time I get the chance, I'm going to try and kill Cygnus.
Well, you succeeded. Well done.
Brilliant.
all right, and let's go and take ourselves a 5-minute pee break.
All right, guys. Pee
I'm
break
gonna
time.
need
We'll be
it.
right back. And we're back.
Hey,
Hey.
Yo,
Yo.
put your hands in the air.
If you just don't care.
You're actually being robbed. Put your hands in the air.
Stand and deliver. Kids, when
Right,
you're done
I'll
with
be
that...
having that.
Kids, when you're done with him, draw and quarter that buffoon.
Oh my god. I was sipping tea. Fuck you.
So,
who's gonna do what now?
I did actually have one final thing that Anri wanted to ask Kanari, but this is kind of just a after the talk thing.
all right.
Probably while they're walking back.
I will T-pose back over here.
No need for that.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to
T-pose
narrate
back
it
outta
unless get out of here. Anri was going to ask Kanari if she could potentially study the brand on her back and discern if there is anything magical about it.
After the emotional turmoil of the last 20 minutes, she has conflicting emotions about this, but is more than happy to assist.
That's fine. It's only because Anri has, she doesn't really know much about magic, and she hasn't really thought about it much. But now that she's seen what you and Sorren can do, she just has a lingering fear that, maybe everything might not be
Hunky Dory with
just
the
what meets
tattoo
the
on her
eye.
back.
Totally
It's not
understand.
Yes, but though it's not a tattoo, it's a
I know.
brand.
I know.
It's a very nice looking tattoo, right, guys?
Nice little tramp stamp, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking hell!
Damn it.
Oh my god. That would just make things so much worse. That would just make everything so much more
it
traumatic
really
and worse.
would.
All respects, yeah.
It really would.
I'm sorry, Anri, you want me to look where?
Excuse me?
Don't
I
worry,
like
my
your
dad
laugh.
gave it to me.
Ah!
Ah!
Yeah. See what I mean?
Oh.
At
Gosh.
first it was bad, but now it's bad.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys walk your way back up, maybe we're finished with our massages, and then maybe we make our way into the main room, and then we all hang out. Hey.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. I have been flying by the seat of my pants with these nobles.
Yes, the last bit of sadness associated with the brand aside, it will most likely be all that you can do to keep Kanari from, like, I don't know, carrying you in on her shoulders or something.
That's cute.
Aw.
By the way, could Arnu and Kanari please make me perception checks, please?
Oh God, we'll be over
On
here.
their way back inside.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
God, bitch. Everybody's just nobody ever fucking trusts me.
I wonder why.
I don't know. You tell me, kitten. Anyway,
What?
so let me see here. Kanari, I'm going to give you a minus to your circumstance bonus because of your current your current situation of being over the moon with that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Emotional bombardment succeeded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anri, you're going to notice a little rustling from one of the flower beds, and you see the culprit with a mouthful of plant stuffs.
Oh!
Oh, that's Robin. Sorren's magic guy.
Looks at looks at Kanari with question mark of what the correct terminology is.
Oh, his familiar. I don't know. Should we grab him or just leave him to his own devices?
I mean, he is a
Munch,
guest here
munch,
too, and
Munch.
I mean, all of these beautiful plants would go to waste if, some little woodland creature didn't get to survive off of them.
She flashes you a subversive grin.
He's fine.
And we didn't see a thing.
I didn't know. What are you talking about? I didn't see
Exactly.
anything.
What do you mean
Is
see?
Sorren-
I don't even know if I have eyes.
Sorren doesn't have a rabbit.
A what?
A what?
A what?
You trying to one up each other as you walk away?
No, you said something.
Jesus Christ.
Did I, or did you only imagine it?
What?
What is imagining things?
Excellent question. What is thing?
What is what?
Why is how?
And how is why?
Hodor!
Shush. Shush, GM.
Ah, ladies, welcome back. Did you enjoy your walk through the Prince's Memorial Garden?
Bastard.
Oh.
Yes, it was quite lovely.
It was great.
Wonderful.
I wonder where the others are right now.
Oh my god, I haven't felt so limber in so long. Oh!
Oh.
Well, that explains one question.
Yes, wonder what he's been getting up to.
Uh,
Or who.
let's check.
Kanari, I'm
I'm assuming it's this, right? Is this the right way?
Yeah,
It
it
is.
does circle around, yeah.
Okay.
making assumptions. I imagine me and Kai are done by this point.
Yes. Yeah. You're free to roam around as you wish.
Oh, at least I have a robe this time. Hold on, I'll be right there, and I'm just gonna wherever my stuff currently is to get redressed real quick.
Enjoying yourself?
Yes, we heard the noises from quite a ways off.
Speaking of, thank you, darling. You are very good at that.
Eyebrow raise.
What? You get a good massage. My back feels so much better. I think the road sat there and finally tensed it up so much. I just need a little bit of, a little something put back in place,
I understand. It's, I'm sure we can all agree it's been a while since we've had a chance to relax.
Too right. Too right.
I will say, damn good for you. Can't keep moving all the time. Sometimes you gotta just take a moment, sit down, and just enjoy the view,
Another eyebrow raise.
Yeah.
He's gonna look back and forth between the two of you for a second and go, oh, come on, I'm hurt. Making assumptions. Come on. But his smile absolutely says that he's being
She is very tempted to reach out and ruffle his hair based on the conversation that just took place, but somehow she manages to restrain herself.
I think we left she sitting in there too long. What do you say we get in there and join them?
Yes, got to make sure she hasn't turned into a prune.
Ah,
Well,
yes.
at the rate we're going here, I think we're all going to look like raisins by the end of it.
That might be an inevitability.
Just means you're well moisturized, or something like that. I think that's what they'd say.
Well, I've been moisturizing with nothing but soot for the last few days, so maybe that isn't a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are certain schools that say volcanic ash is supposed to be good for your skin. I can't imagine gunpowder ash could be any less salutary.
I don't trust it.
Anri shrugs.
I don't know. I just know how to make the stuff.
As I will be the first in. Whee! There we go.
After you. She looks down at herself and realizes she is still in her full armor from this whole time. I think I may need to go and change before I join you.
Sure. 1 second.
Anri will take a quick peek through the door just to see who's there.
Someone's already just walking in, so it's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anri, you'll see a little light barrier surrounding a heated section of the pillar that Gwynestri and Shizuki are currently enjoying.
Mm-hmm.
Isaldria is kind of leaning back a bit, with legs in the water and kind of leaning back against the one of the pillars.
Anri will look back and say,
Not sure if it's a good idea for me to be too close to a Pranemia.
Understood. I think she
Sorren!
presses
Hey,
a
come over
forearm.
here. I'd like to have a little conversation with you.
Meanwhile, she presses a forearm to your forehead. Dear, I think you've suddenly come down with a terrible fever. Would you like me to escort you back to our quarters?
You know what? I think you're right.
All right.
all right.
Finally,
Oh.
we have another who's a little bit less shy for the moment, it seems.
I think. Oh yeah, Kanari was still actually fully. She needs to go and actually get herself changed. I guess. I guess she went with her. Anyways, how are you?
Oh, the ways I could answer that question.
He will sit down right beside her, seeing as she just sat there and gestured him over.
You're all here for a relaxing getaway. Well, don't let my family name add any more stress. Even a Pranemia needs a well-earned siesta.
I haven't let it sit there and get me yet.
So, how has your magic training been going?
Ooh, well, that's an interesting one. Let's see. I've been sitting there and trying to read through every moment we've had. This rest is actually going to be a good thing because every single moment we've had in between leaping and moving and everything in the the tower. I've just been sitting there spending it, reading the books that I've been sitting there picking up, trying to. It's almost as if it's one of those. Got to make sure I have the right thing for the right moment in case something happens.
Sure. Anything interesting?
Well, I've sat there and I've let him run off, but I actually ended up while we were adventuring around, found myself a little friend. I think it's everything I'm reading. Familiar. That thing.
Quite literally pulled a rabbit out of his own hat.
Really? Oh, I'm so happy for you. Wonderful.
Yeah, little rabbit. Decided to call him Robin. I decided to just kind of let him go ahead and run off and do his own thing because he seemed interested. Honestly, he kind of just took. Honestly, he kind of just does whatever he wants, anyways.
Oh. Well, I think, were I to wager anything, it would be that the link that it would have, that your familiar has with you, just captures that free spirit, I would surmise.
Yeah, I imagine so. Free enough that I have been finding that when a little bastard wants to sit there and turn it off, he can do it. But
Of course.
because I know that I guess you can kind of feel what your familiar's feeling, something like that. But as far as I was aware, it was kind of like on a more permanent basis. But not sitting there and trying to think on it too hard. In fact, he actually, this is going to be me trying to explain how the fuck I have the magic trick feat. I don't know how that would work. So that the rabbit, so to speak, taught me in a way. So
Okay.
I'm far more adept with the mage hand now. So, and well, I don't have my book on me, but I've been sitting there trying to. Honestly, I'm surprised how quickly I'm picking it up. To be honest with you, maybe it was maybe in another life.
Of course. I've always taken an interest in that. My magic comes to me naturally, so I was never able to conjure anything like a familiar aside from the occasional beast or some sort. But I think that falls under a different categorical school.
That one's conjuration, right?
That's the one. Very good.
Well, all right.
Kanari is now walking through this terribly huge edifice, looking completely lost and trying to figure out whence the echoing voices are coming from.
Well, the bubbling water to the south side of the map would probably not be that part might be a little noticeable.
Okay.
Speaking
Looks over
of
my shoulder to see her there. Just wave.
Hello. Yes. Sorry. Got to get a bit lost in these halls. Anri, unfortunately, was not feeling well.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
roll me. You mind rolling me a little bluff there?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll sense that.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
See, why couldn't I roll 20 on the things that are actually important?
Well, I do hope she improves. I hope it's not. She kind of looks away a little bit and fiddles with her her a little bit of her soaked hair, and will say, I'll tell you the same thing I told Sorren. You're here for a relaxing getaway, and I would feel awful if my family name added to any more stress. I know the connotations that it brings, but like I said to him, even a pronemia needs a well-earned siesta.
No, if you'd like me to be honest, I truly do think that it's simply the events of the last couple of days, the moon and all of that business, on top of what we had to deal with at Charon Tower, which I believe you were one of the ones that warned us about its reputation, so I'm sure I don't have to tell you.
She claps her hands together, which actually reminds me, I'm glad that you were able to come, because I wanted to make mention of Elias.
Yes, how is the boy?
He's progressing apace. When it comes to arcane bloodlines, think of it as Well, you, Sorren, you at least study magic and try to learn how to perfect it, right?
So far, yeah.
And is it the same with you, Kanari?
Within the schools that I've been subjected to, yes.
Okay. Well, with Elias, it was more. It was more akin to. He had all that magic and no knowledge of understanding of how to release it in a safe way.
Hmm.
That arcane might, as you'll recall, was very closely tied to his emotions, which was therein a bridge to his mental state. And being the descendant of someone so powerful, a family blood. She chose those words very carefully in the presence of the princess, just for you. a family bloodline that we all thought was extinct. Well, there's more work to be done. For now, think of it as a detox in the procedure.
Understandable. I'm sure there are habits that he's taught himself that will need to be unlearned for him to practice safely.
Precisely that.
You see, I understand a little. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. She just says precisely somatic invocations, healthy learning of bodily motions that can distribute it in safe ways.
Of course. And chaotic, you were saying.
Yes.
Wish that my neighbors had sat there and known something like that. He was I can't even remember his name at this point, but there was one kid lived somewhat nearby me and my parents, and oh boy, if it weren't wet all the time, I swear he would have set their house on fire at least 3 times.
Oh my.
Yeah, if only he'd had someone to sit there and help him out with that, I guess the magic and the blood sort of deal.
Well, I have top scholars assisting him, and worry not, they don't know of his lineage, and his pendant is secure. If it wasn't, Benedict and I would both know.
That's
Good.
very good to hear. I'm glad to hear the boy's in safe hands. And if I may, I think we chose some of the safest hands that he could have.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
Alongside Kanari, you're probably one of the better, only teachers I've had, but a good one.
No. Well, as long as... Go ahead, Cygnus.
You first.
She will just let him know, like, well, as long as you're here, as long as you're here and are looking for any sort of extra swimming lessons. She says, kind of circling the pool side to kind of show the dual-sided joke of that.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, haha, pool swim, haha, learn to cast magic, haha. Humor is not really a Prenemia's strong.
As we all know, they don't have a penchant for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Darling, swimming lessons sound like a wonderful time. And if your answer is, what do you mean by that? The answer is yes.
Eyebrow. Eyebrow.
Oh, you can eyebrow all you want. The answer is yes to every single one of your questions.
Glance. Shizuki glances to the princess. Eyebrow.
The princess will just be like, just kind of get like a little sigh, eye roll, just like.
Speaking on taking a swim,
boys,
jump right in.
Oh, boys.
Speaking of
will
which, it's good to see
travel
you
around.
again, Your Highness.
You too. You too. I'm glad you guys decided to take up my offer.
Well, how could we refuse something so generous?
Well, because it was a very tense reunion in the throne room the other day.
A lot to be said. A
Mm-hmm.
lot that need to be told.
Mm-hmm.
Serious stuff. Less
Yeah.
serious here. Just floating on his back.
Very gently, with one paw, she just sort of pushes him ever so slightly.
They slowly
Just
start to
sends him
drift
drifting.
in that direction.
Mhm.
Whoa!
Well, if you feel that there's anything... let me find the right words, Your Grace.
You may call me Gwenestri here. Really, I am so tired of the platitudes and the addressing. So she's saying is just very, just like, very joyfully, as though like this bubbling hot tub field she's in right now is probably the most relaxed she's been in a long time, because she is sitting on that throne all the goddamn time helping out with court.
Mm-hmm.
Totally understood. Gwenestri it is, then. If... I wouldn't want to presume on our friendship or the kindness that you've showed us so far, but if there's anything that you would like us to be looking into that you felt was insufficiently addressed at court, you may, of course, tell us.
I feel like there was one thing, but give me. I'll think about. I'll think on that. I'll let you know if I think of it after I've enjoyed this a little bit more.
Of course. I don't... Especially with all else going on, I certainly don't mean to interrupt anyone's quietus, but you did mention tension, so if there was something specific that was eating at you, wouldn't want that to be hanging over the festivities, you know?
No, it was mostly just it's just mostly the moon. Everybody's thinking they have answers. Everybody's saying they want answers. It's
A bit more literal in the hanging over sense than...
it's just for the moment it's just been, for the time that it's been in the sky, it's just been noise coming into the court.
Well, understandably, it is a new moon, so it's a bit more substantial than the typical hustle and bustle of which set of silverware to use at the next banquet, or what draperies to use for the curtains of the banquet of the dining hall, or what have you.
Yeah, it's I might raise some eyebrows with this, but when I first saw it, I don't doubt that it was ominous, but in its own way, it is kind of pretty when you just take it for what, just if one were to simply look at it, I just think it looks pretty.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That's taking everything else of it out of the equation.
Nothing wrong with that, I'd say. as Sorren says, as he's very curiously moving his hand between the colder pool and the immediate heat of the bubbling area, and just kind of looking at it like that is just a weird feeling.
Yeah, so like if you put your hand like right around where the barrier goes, it's like your hand feels very strange because on one side it's like half of your hand is like feeling that bubbling kind of body numbing kind of warmth, but the other is like reacting because it's like, why is it so cold
Why is
over
it all
here? What
chilly
the hell's
over
happening?
here? Yeah.
He's just
It's
having
so
fun playing with
strange.
that, just like, huh. So,
What do you make of it, Isaldria?
Oh, of Zabel Pharos.
it's a name that I keep hearing thrown around. The same one that was sit at the top of the tower.
And it was also the name, part of the name that the cult was going by.
Mm-hmm.
Pharos.
Ferris Grim,
Ferris
yeah.
Grim.
Hmm. Well, the link is certainly there. Everyone I know is trying to look into it. The concern that I have, my biggest concern is that of it, what of the effect it seems to have on those Genian rubies.
Seems to be that it's opening them up.
Mm-hmm.
And what my aides and I were discovering is that they're not just used for trapping entities, but they can be used for sealing away. Are any of you familiar with the concept of spell egg?
Bell egg. It's going to be a Arcana check.
Sure.
Oh.
I here probably has not come across.
Okay, let me
It's probably not
check
something that
up here.
It's probably not something that I know book wise, but
Personally?
just from the name can sort of piece things together a little bit.
Yeah. Well, the first one, Cygnus, spell egg.
Got it.
It's sort of a basis for explaining how something there's a spell known as contingency that triggers another sort of spell or ability that where upon meeting a spellcaster's parameters, it takes quite the command of magic. I haven't quite been able to grasp it yet myself, but I've made some steady progress.
So you're thinking it might be some sort of mass contingency spell?
Functionally, when it's in the function of sealing up spells, yes. And actually, no, that's... You might be onto something there, actually. I was looking at it so scientifically that... Could it be that the moonlight is the contingency for the gems themselves? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, if the moonlight does seem to release these rubies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, more to the point on the spell egg. The concept is that it's not always in the case of having to use like a ruby or something like that, but a stipulation where the spell will then hatch once. Like, think of it like some sort of commanding word that you say to activate one of your items.
Oh, okay. Right.
Think of it somewhat like that, but usually the parameters are much more well thought out or planned in advance.
Okay.
Ain't that kind of like what we're doing, right? Like, Because as I've been reading, and I'm sitting there every day, and I keep going over things, and like you kind of start making the spell, right? But then you stop, and you like hold it, and then you just do those last couple of words, and that's when it finishes off. Kind of like that. Is that what you mean?
That's not far off from its meaning. It's that's a much simpler way of putting it when it comes to more intermediate type of spells. Yes. If only I could pick my brother's brain about this. He's just so many political matters of Narr'tor, it seems.
Imagine the man must be busy sitting there and running a whole city like that.
Oh, more than that, evidently Narr'tor's neighbors are rather rowdy at the moment. That's putting it mildly.
Interesting.
Any news we should be concerned about?
She's thinking about that.
I would imagine that the events of Maid are not currently known here, so
The events of Maid haven't even happened yet.
Yeah, there's still we're still Florentina's still beating the shit out of the middle son.
Yeah, exactly.
At the moment. She's still beating his ass in the courtyard.
How many
time.
days has it been since the beginning of the new moon? It's just out of curiosity.
Well, it took us a couple of days to get back here.
Yeah,
it's probably
so
been
barely
about a
a
week.
Barely a
close
week.
to a week, I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case,
It's
Which
like
actually
Maid
just
started on
just
day
the start.
10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Maids hasn't started, and I think that the detectives is actually already done. So
Yep.
It only took like 3 days. So
Wow.
it was not very long, no.
Yeah.
It was an intense 3 days.
We worked
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
quickly.
That's probably part of the that might be some of the details he's being set in front of him right now. So
Probably only just reached his desk knowing there was some kind of crazy thing that happened. So
Yeah.
that luckily did
Precisely.
not get out to the populace because they don't want to cause a panic, because not only is there a new moon in the sky and these people are talking about it, and there's riots at the chapels of Linnaeus, but now there's a murderer on the loose.
Ooh.
You know.
A murderous cultist of a dead god, no less.
Yeah.
a lot happened in this world of ours.
Yeah, in a very short amount of time.
Makes me think of an actual saying where it's like years of history happen in moments. So.
Oh, and we've lived through many of those.
Oh, yeah.
So the question posited to Asaldria was what again?
I'm sorry, any news
what-
that should concern us?
News that concern us, right?
Involving the rowdy neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for the moment, no. Do any of you know of the Kingdom of Placer from?
Of course.
Let's find out.
Sure.
So, let me see here. I assume that would be knowledge local
Yes.
or history even. So, I don't know.
Local or history, yes.
Can I have a lower DC because I come from Narr'tor?
You
originally?
will. No, you absolutely will.
I don't know about one of them big old regions, despite
Shizuki
just
with a
mentioning
9.
just mentioning King Alvor Roswald in my heartfelt conversation with the princess.
No,
That's like the
Shizuki
extent
with a
of my
9.
knowledge.
With a 9, that's got to be the dumbest name for a place I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah.
Place you're from?
That's such a stupid name. God.
Sorren with a 22. The big thing that you've definitely already known about is that King Alvor had died. Was it a few years ago, my friends?
It's about 5 years ago.
I think it was 5 years ago, yeah.
Okay. And there have been, and Kanari, I can lump you into knowing this too. Now that I'm kind of putting the DCs all back in place between the two of you. You've also heard word that a lot of the nobility has been kind of stirring up a bit of knowledge about or rather, a bit of a ruckus of who's going to take the throne, because Alvor's method of taking it was very unconventional.
Oh, yeah. Was essentially
And-
regicide.
And nobody really wanted to say anything because he was the one who led the champions into the final battle against the primordial Morgala.
Mm-hmm.
And
He just walked in there and slapped his proverbial dick on the table and said, "I'm king now."
precisely. Solar, question for you.
Yes.
With roles like that, would either of them have heard about the Liber Nominum? Or is that a little bit more of a contained inter-kingdom knowledge?
I'd say it's if you're familiar with the politics of distant countries, I'd say so. Like it's pretty much like
You hear the rumors going through the merchant trains talking about how the nobility talking about this thing called that they won't that they're refusing to let certain people on the throne.
yeah.
Yep.
Let me ask you this: have any of you Americans ever heard of something called the Magna Carta?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you
Yes.
probably know what the Liber Nominum is.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because it's a very similar sort of thing.
A
Okay.
very important document, essentially.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you would have heard of that as well, and how if you thought the politics in Kyonin were kind of were a little rough around the edges, this is grabbing a blade right off right out of the sawmill and just gripping it as tightly as you can and playing ultimate frisbee with it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, dear.
Jesus.
Which is
Let
why
me-
you can imagine why her brother is having such a goddamn nightmare trying to treaties with this fucking kingdom.
Mm-hmm. It's not just
Yeah.
the fact that all of their place names are nonsensical.
Stupid. Well, I actually do. I lived
Every
actually. I was
every time the
Right.
province of Where To comes up, he just gets so fucking mad.
Or whenever you have to ask, which way? It's
way.
over here. No, not that one. Ah!
They did this
Excellent.
intentionally.
Oh, you wish to speak to the king? Oh, he's over in that there. That there? That what?
That
no,
there castle.
That there. That there.
Who's on first?
Yeah.
What's on
Mhm.
second? I don't know who's on third.
That entire fucking kingdom is just a whole huge who's on first joke. And I love that it's grown from that fucking joke in session 0 where he's just like or from session 1 where he's just like, I'm from a place
that
that
place
I'm
that
from.
I'm from.
Oh, place you're from.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Gwynestri will
10
chime
years.
in at this. Yeah. Sorry, what?
No, just 10 years.
Yeah, almost 10 years, yeah.
Years, and it doesn't get any easier.
We still have people spelling it wrong.
Yeah.
Gwynestri
I'm sure they
will-
don't even know how to spell it. Anyways.
Gwynestri will chime in and say, Saldria, I love you, but I am really tired of hearing about your brother's politics right now. Oh, sorry.
The whole world's up in arms over this moon as he
Mhm.
floats. But
Yeah.
at least for
Makes me
now,
wonder.
we can't see it through the ceiling. Worry about it when we go back outside.
We have our own things to worry about in Vera, like
Oh, that's weird.
kernels.
Oh, as he
Like-
floats.
Oh, if you press the rune on the pillar, you can have one of your own too. There's one on each of these.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Check it out.
It's very extra, but
When you got the magic for it, click.
So you click it, and then a sort of translucent, somewhat prismatic field raises up around you, in a square,
Meow.
and the water begins to heat up. Oh,
Mm.
actually, hold on.
Ooh.
It's 1 over.
Yep.
There we go. SolarVA will kind of back swim out of it. She's like, "Oh, go right ahead, but I'll prune. I was just in one."
Oh, my bad. He'll turn it back off.
No,
If you can.
if you need to unwind with it, be my guest. Or her guest. I mean, I don't own this
You know.
place. There we go. And she'll say, like, now, Gwynestri will go on to say, no, we have our own things to worry about, like cultists and former mentors and mentor figures who used to secretly be part of those cultists.
Yes, how is she getting on? Have you gotten any more information out of her since we brought her in?
She's been as agreeable as she could have been. She revealed information that, in so much as she knew, when she was in her position, I guess she was rather low on the chain compared to the others who led the group. Was sincerely seemed like she was doing it only to discover the fate of an Ashworth, young man she wanted to. Right. No, now I remember. I remember what you said. He is alive. Or something.
Emphasis on the something.
Mm.
Very weird magic's going on, whatever the hell it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Kingdom will view him as a traitor, I'm sorry to say.
To be expected, I suppose. But I'm afraid, Gwynestri, that this is not doing much to steer us away from the rather sordid topics of conversation that you said you wish to avoid.
Oh, I've honestly hardly noticed. I have to, in court, I have to maintain rapport and show strength and not sound like I'm complaining about anything and just be one of the symbols of strength for the nation. Here, I don't have to be.
Yeah. You
In
are,
so much as I need to keep regal. I have to keep secrets of the crown, of course, but.
as is to be expected. But I think we can indulge you at least 5 minutes for us to just be girls. So,
And Sorren.
what? And Sorren. But
Thumbs up.
what? I don't know. What sorts of exciting things did you have in store for us for the time that we're here?
And asking as a GM, you mean like in terms of like things here? This is more of like a day trip for you. Just have at the place to go hiking. Oh yeah, I'll
Did
mention
the
that.
host have any plans on things that she wanted to do with
Precisely.
Yeah.
us?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I misunderstood the day trip. I thought this was more of an extended retreat.
Well, I mean, it's
As long as you want.
it was more in the vein. It was more in the vein that, you know, I'm gonna shut my mouth. I'm gonna reopen it as her. Zoop, zoop. Truth be told, you are free to come and go from this as you liked. I only mentioned it as a potential day trip because I thought you would be, well, considering everything. I know you all to be on the go, so I had thought that you may not be staying for long, and just assumed that with her, whatever how much you wanted to, wheresoever you wanted to have some time to yourselves, I wanted to offer it because I'm just grateful that Vera has people like you. We've waited so long for people like you, ones that sure see value in coin for services to the crown and for king and country, and but for a time, this is what made the Master General always so bitter, is that people would just do it for the coin, damn the means. It's he won't admit it, but he does see the lot of you as your own sort of your own personal pillar of strength that that's showed that it's possible for us to stay together in trying times, all us in the cities.
That's quite a bit of responsibility for a, putatively unaligned adventuring party to shoulder, isn't it?
It's. I'm doing my best not to speak in platitudes, but I
Look at it this way. Think of it this way. We're doing it for a little bit of both, We're looking for the good of all of Vera. And if, they want to reward us for it, that's fine too.
And think of the Black Horse Troop. They were the ones who were the ones most often recruited to go to serve in various ways, but they needed to. But due to how it turned out that some of their numbers were compromised, that was a major blow for us. Not that I'm not trying to stake any claim that you're, officially in service to the crown, but it's welcoming that there are people out there who would be independent ones out there who would be happy to help. And quite frankly, doing the things I sometimes wish I could do. Get into danger, find some forbidden haunts. But sometimes I just feel like I'm trapped in my little bird cage without any sort of means to start crafting my own legacy.
Well, at the risk of bringing up good Sir Ragnael's name again, and his current holdings and dominions and all the sorts of things that he's dealing with at the moment, we did just hear about, King Alvor and how he led from the front and was, as I understand it at least, beloved of his people. I doubt it would take much convincing for your father, for Master Yanagi, for all the others, to be made to see that a strong kingdom can be founded on the love of its people for a heroine who goes out and walks among them, does good deeds in their name, saves a few cattle here, slays a few dragons there. And if you're looking for an excuse, she sort of leans in conspiratorially, but also keeps an eye on you, actually, to see to gauge your reaction to this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's room in our wagon when we leave.
No, I really. That's a very kind offer, but while I am needed here, that is worth discussing with Yanagi and my father. I think they're just protective because, aside from the king and I, we're the only ones left. Until I sire my own children, of course, but she just starts to kind of swirl her hand in the water a little bit, just as the timer ends on this particular rune.
Oh, Kanari, you read my mind. I sat there and got to it before I could. I think that invitation can just stand. So, each time we're here, we happen to be going somewhere, some kind of a dungeon or goblins that need slaying or something. I'm always sure that we could always have an extra hand. Besides, who else would you be safer with on such a thing like that, huh?
Well, certainly to hear the court tell it.
Wouldn't be any safer with us.
I'll keep that in mind. Perhaps if there's anything local that comes up, I might... She thinks to herself. Saldria then chimes in saying, la la la, I don't hear anything. Too busy relaxing. Oh my goodness, all these bubbles are so loud and I'm so comfy.
They are some good bubbles, aren't they? I'm so glad I turned it on.
Can't hear you, or the
What?
princess for that matter.
Sorren, go be your usual disarming self. Keep her distracted.
I will smile and float this way.
But no, he does raise a good point. That you only learn by doing, but you do have to start small.
Yes.
And I may be overstepping here, even within the bounds of the friendship you've offered, but I would, at least as an outside observer, be worried if the throne took too conservative a view of stepping out amongst the local people on the basis of what came of your brother.
Yeah, I am to be queen one day. It's just... Right when I thought when the cult was going to be brought to heel, we had the new moon in the sky, and suddenly everything changes so much. Which is why we're kind of hoping... She kind of looks back to Shizuki again at this, by the way. But because she mentioned to you already.
Yeah.
We're kind of hoping that this banquet we're throwing in a couple of months will help boost the kingdom's morale. Part of it, she says, looking to you now, Kanari, was hoping that you all would attend, because you're some of the ones we want to celebrate for for settling all the business with Pharos Grimm. I would really love it if you could all attend.
Well, barring any world-ending calamities, I don't see any reason we can't put in a tentative RSVP, at least.
That's what I said.
Are you expecting one? Because she said the same thing. If there's something that the crown should know about, then I'm willing to sit up at the throne over there for a few minutes.
Well, understandably, given the past couple of months, I'm...
Yes.
Of course.
Also, and she puts on her best, God, at the risk of inviting art and things, her best puppy dog face.
Yes. Yes.
Unfortunately, due to the strictures on the conversation set by your ladyship, there are certain things that I've been told I should not mention that might lend themselves to an understanding of certain world-shaking calamities, at any rate. But I don't want to say them, because I've been told not to.
That was a lot for her to process all at once. This pool is way too comfy and relaxing for her to have processed 40% of that, I would say.
Sorry, Guti.
No. She's. But... And in regards to Malaya, as I suppose she called herself, she I guess I could speak with her, but you're the ones who actually confronted her as Malaya, so if any of you were so willing, she is secured in the deeper part of our prisons. Much more magical suppressant. But since you're the ones who had dealings with her, if there's any news that you've relayed that you've retrieved from the cult, you're welcome to relieve anything with I can pull some strings and allow you to speak with her if you were so willing.
Well, I suppose it would at least be worth seeing if she had any new information after... Again, she points in the direction of the thing she's not supposed to say.
All right, well, I did it again. I talked myself into talking about things.
What say we just sit back, relax, like floats backward, and let things be for a while.
I'd like that.
Woo! Wee! Meanwhile, Anri, what are
Sorry.
you doing?
Anri has... I guess she's just been resting this whole time.
Fair enough.
Maybe doing a bit more exploring, but no, she's been just trying to play the part of, oh, I'm so sick, I can't go in that room.
Oh no, whatever
Oh,
shall
no.
we do?
Yeah. Though if you do relay anything to her over message, she might have something to say, but yeah.
You know, I think I've been at least low-key pushing all of everything I've been saying through message.
Okay.
Because,
Well,
we always have it up, we just don't necessarily always activate it.
well, in that case, Anri might just ping a few things back, especially in regards to Malaya. She would probably respond to that, saying
she could have more information on Leon. As much as I don't want to admit it, our interests might be aligned.
You will get a non-verbal assent back to that.
Okay.
As we all then float around,
Yeah.
and I splash people. Splash.
Splash.
We all.
Oh, it's
float
like that,
into
is
it.
it? What's your CMD, Sorren?
My CMD is 24.
Oh,
That's assuming
no.
all my magic items, to be fair. But yeah.
Oh no. Well, that doesn't really matter because she nat ones in an
Mhm.
attempt to do like a it's like that, is it? To like try to do like a little splash to try and like do like a not quite blind but kind of distract you in such a way so she could do like a shove, but she
Mhm.
misses.
Oh, just total miss.
Just takes the L.
No.
Rip.
Gotta sit there and practice your dirty tricks there, darling. Oh yeah, actually my CMD against that would have been 28 because assuming it's a dirty trick.
Yeah.
So I know how to play the game.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we both have a few things to learn then.
Yeah, like I'm gonna roll a sleight of hand check real quick.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Or stealth, whichever one you think would be better for this. I think sleight of hand because it involves mage hand. I'm not doing what you think I'm doing. All right.
Hmm.
Good,
Baby.
We'll go with
because
24.
good because she's in a one piece.
God.
Okay, what are you doing?
A mage hand that she doesn't notice splashing her from the other side. That's all.
All right, let me see what her perception is.
I swear to God, when she said, "Oh, it's like that, is it?" I thought it was "Oh, it's like that, is it?" Spell strike.
Chain
Hit you
lightning.
with a frigid touch in the water.
God, she's not a Magus, bro.
Oh yeah, she's a sorcerer. Chain lightning.
That's correct. Oh yeah, true.
Oh,
guess
how
it'll have to be
adorable!
chain
Chain
lightning.
lightning.
She
Oh,
will.
such a sweet attempt. Delay blast fireball.
Steam.
So you like it hot, do you? Fire snake.
She will. So she will pick up like the sense that something magical is happening behind her. She turns to look, but it's too late.
As the mage hand splashes water.
Oh. It's a bit of a sneaky snoodle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone and everybody just has a nice, chill, relaxing time.
Yeah.
Enjoy it,
Ooh.
guys.
Yeah. Enjoy it
Look,
while it lasts.
we'll convince you to get in here next time. It's fine.
Next
I'm
time.
sure Asaldria seems to be a lot. She seems to she seems to be nice. You know, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
You'll need to convince Anri, but that can be an RP for another time.
True.
Well,
Ah, so that's how it is. Crushing hand.
Oh, how
Disintegrate.
adorable Mage's disjunction.
Adorable.
You cheeky rascal, you. Cause fear.
Fucking bestow curse.
Overwhelming presence.
You
In the
know,
time that
based
you
on what
guys
he
are-
said.
in the time that you guys are here, is there any other role play or any thing else you guys wanted to do or talk about?
There might be one other one, but maybe not today. Like as in, because we're starting to run low on time. So
Mhm.
Okay. Well-
How long are we all planning to stay here, guys? Because she did say you can stay here for as long as you like. Do we have anything on our immediate agenda that we can't do here?
I can craft here just as well as anywhere else.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
My brother's friend taught me this one. Time stop.
God.
Oh, you want a water fight, is it?
She,
Okay, form of the dragon.
Well, let me.
Slipstream.
I'm gonna retroactively tie a few knots here.
All right.
In the time that you guys are going to be like, around, she would be happy to arrange like a place somewhere in Leozeros where you guys could kind of like set up shop if you guys wanted. Not in the castle, but like in just like some like like a little bit of a temporary housing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nothing too glamorous or special, but
Just a
place
something.
little place to unwind for a little while.
Just a little bit of
He
tenement
doesn't want
housing.
this here.
It's
Probably
it's also because that this place is also it's kind of also used for like I'm trying to think of how to put this.
It doesn't just belong to her.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Right.
It is the royal retreat.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
So her
which
dad
could also mean
goes.
sometimes like her dad sometimes goes, and I'm sure that just like a golf course, it's also the hey, why don't we go discuss things at my royal retreat, right?
That's a good way of putting
Exactly. Yeah.
it. So that being
Always find
said, oh, I'm sorry, Solar. Were you saying something?
I was messing around. Go ahead.
Okay. All I was going to say is you all have a lovely time here, and eventually we'll come back to Leozeros.
Nice.
And since we are getting a little bit close to time here, I wanted to make mention. If everybody could roll perception checks as you. Okay, let me actually just decide something here.
Okay.
Where would this be? No.
Oh.
Turn
No,
order strike.
Turn order jump scare.
Whoopsie doodle.
By the
Okay.
apartment.
Quick, find the apartment before they're all bought out.
Oh, Jesus.
God. Why are you making this so real?
The Leozeros housing market is collapsing.
There's a collapsing market in Lego City.
Oh no!
God.
Build the
All
new
right.
tenement housing.
So in this little square over here, is gonna be like the general location of where that staying spot is going to be, right?
All right. Good deal.
So we'll just call that. Hang on, let me put this on
Headquarters.
this fucking layer, so I'm not driving myself crazy with trying to move your tokens all over the place. There we go. And making your way back into town, could you guys roll me perception checks, please?
I believe
Already
everybody
did?
has.
Oh, you did. Oh, did I already ask that?
Yes, you did.
Good God, I need. Okay.
You're a silly Billy.
All right. So, you guys walked by when you walk past here, you notice there are some posts up on the notice board for potential adventurers in need.
Since we're all kind of, we have our month of downtime, but and we're also waiting to see if the crown has anything. And in the meantime, nothing says that we can't go do some things ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. There appear to be 3 posts. There's several posts. Some of them are a little too below your pay grade, but there are 3 that kind of stand out.
Okay.
Here's the first one.
From a strange temple where gravity didn't work, and we saw colors we didn't know existed. We're willing to pay a magic wand tester and their assistant to see what these mystery spells do. Doc Hardwick. Interesting.
All right.
Interesting.
Something makes me pin this man as a gnome for some reason, but I don't know why.
You've met him before, actually, very
we did?
briefly. Yes, he was the one who had that really weird circus.
Oh,
Hey.
circus man.
Oh.
I managed to
hold
get
on,
him to. I managed to trade a Genian
I
ruby
have
for
his-
something. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, he thought it
that
was.
dude.
He thought it was an amethyst, and that's how you learn he's colorblind.
Oh,
Well, that does
gosh.
throw some suspicion on his assertion of colors that don't exist. But
Mm.
Exactly.
Oh dear. Okay, well, I guess there's that.
All
guy.
right. Second one.
Useless item. Lesser merchant in Baronish seeking aid. I traded some prime goods for this strange wax device from some fox folk down in Chanel. I fear the crafty little bastards might have swindled me, looking for creative minds. Giuseppe Falcone. Giuseppe sounds like he comes from the Twin Cities.
yeah, Giuseppe, I think. But yeah.
Giuseppe.
Giuseppe.
Yeah.
Geppetto.
Sounds like he just walked straight off the set of The Sopranos.
Are you wired?
Jeez. Okay, you do that voice way too well.
You ain't a wire?
No,
Jesus. No.
I don't know.
Motherfucker.
All right.
Check step 1, sound Italian. Step 2, ask for a wire.
And if that fails, ask for a lawyer.
Here's the third one.
All right.
Wanted, stolen goods. Got robbed on the road. I want my goods back, but I'm afraid I'm not cut out to scale the forest ridge where he makes his nest. Looking for seasoned adventurers to go in my stead. David Sharp.
Sharp.
Or, David, or even just David Sharp. Who knows? Spelled his name weird.
Roll knowledge. And you guys roll knowledge local checks for me real quick, actually.
Sure.
Mm.
All right. Let me look up knowledge local again real quick, just to kind of see where I would place that in the tier list of knowledge rolls. Let's see.
Always good just to have a shortcut in your head. Generally, 10 is common, 15 is uncommon, 20 is rare, 30 and up is like you have to have like the specific book sort of thing.
What about knowing a specific person who's like a specific commoner or worker?
Well, for example, who the king is would be common knowledge. A
Sure.
more prominent nobleman would probably be 15. Knowing a specific random off-the-cuff person on the street would probably require specific knowledge. AKA, like, maybe you're just so damn good at knowing things, you just know this dude's name, because, like, you know, you're a bard, and, like, you just happen to keep little pieces of info, and somehow it triggers in your head, you know, but by that point, you're also probably, like, level 15, 16, so you're doing supernatural shit anyways. So.
Okay. In that case...
so his name is at least somewhat well-known, probably something between 15 to 20.
Yeah. In that case, I'll just say that this is... it's not a name that any of you recognize, then.
All right.
Okay.
Well, for my part, I'd say we could handle any of these. And in fact, you know, maybe some of the less exciting ones, I don't want to say less exciting, less potentially dangerous ones, we could definitely drag the princess along for that experience we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
True. Something about a wax device from our Reemish friend. I'm making an assumption, but that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say the circus man. And based on something about making a nest, it sounds like someone's goods got stolen by a magical creature of some kind. So. Or he's just using it as a, you know, who knows?
Well, based on our, you know, admittedly limited impressions of the man, I'm fairly certain Mr. Circus wouldn't recognize the princess if she walked up and told him she was one. But
probably not.
That would be my suggestion for a place to start. But
Yeah, might try out his strange wands and see
Mhm.
what happens.
Fucking
Hey.
color out of time.
I mean, I'm
You
sure we
guys,
can figure it out. So
is that what you guys are looking to do?
once we've done a little bit more crafting and whatever else we need to do around town, then we'll go do it. Yeah,
Okay.
we can do that one first. I guess.
In that case, since we are coming to time, next time on Kyonin Legacies, we're going to give our heroes some more crafting time and some time around the city to just unwind and walk around and stuff. And then maybe we'll see where this and some of these little side quests might lead them.
Indeed. Next time.
On
Ah,
Kyonin Legacies.
on Kyonin Legacies. All right. Good shit. Good shit.
Mm.
Anri, Kanari, I think you both stole the show this time around. That was chef's kiss. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to introduce a thing, by the way, to try and do at the end of sessions, and I'm going to do my best to remember it.
All right.
But since we're all here and we haven't closed stream just yet,
Mm-hmm.
I want to introduce a little system I call the MVP token.
Ooh.
Basically, y'all vote on who the MVP was in the session, be it from social or combat or otherwise,
All right.
and that player gets a free reroll
Oh.
in the next session.
Oh.
Mm.
Ooh.
Interesting.
What do you guys think of that? The hero token type of thing.
I think that could be.
Yeah,
that could
why
be
not?
fun. Yeah, why not?
I like to try it out for my campaign at least.
Yeah. I
Yeah, for
might,
trying him out.
and then if it works out, I might appropriate it for mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right, cool. So we don't have to vote for that on stream here, but we can go ahead and wrap things up, I think.
All right, good deal. Well, for those of you tuning in, thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed. We're getting, some strings are being plucked here and there, and we're gonna see where they, what kind of song we end up making next time on Kyonin Legacies. So, couple of things here. I plan on doing a narration stream this week, and I plan on doing Pirates next weekend. So you can look forward to those coming up in this next week. And I guess other than that, we will see all of you in the next one. So bye-bye for now.